walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
God.
What's wrong with that guy?
I like you, man. It's fine. I like you.
Well, thank you for liking me every day. If I don't get that affirmation, I think bad things will happen in my life.
That's why you have me.
Guys, can I finish my intro, please?
No.
No, just
Trace, Yanko, and Kassar, they've gone home for some rest and relaxation. And yeah, we're taking over for this evening. And also, we'll be doing the final best of threes tomorrow. So exciting stuff for the night shift. We're making our way up in the world, guys.
We're actually doing important games now. It's nice.
we got big teams, big orgs, we got big players. It's going to be fun. This is going to be
Everything's big.
Teams, big players, and big personalities. That's what we like here at ESL Pro League Season 15. Talking about big teams up next. Yep, Astralis versus Na'Vi, and Boomich is back. The big boom. Let's get it trending
Why does he
in.
look like a deer in headlights?
Let's get it trending in the chat. Yeah, shout out to Headtrick, but Boomich is back now. So this is the full-on Na'Vi roster. And guys, undoubtedly this is going to have a positive effect on the team, regardless of the fact that Headtrick was pulling his weight.
Oh, absolutely. And even though, look, nothing against Na'Vi, I think they played fantastically considering the fact that their IGL wasn't there in the server with them. But you could see how they were struggling a little bit. Some of the comebacks that were taking place yesterday and even the day before against them shouldn't really have been taking place. It should have been Na'Vi winning in a much more convincing fashion than what the scorelines would have shown. However, if I'm Astralis, it's kind of like, I wouldn't say a must-win game yet, but they really want to take this win. And unfortunately, they're going up against the full five-man Na'Vi side.
Yeah, but shout out to Headtrick really quick. I think the Academy League has proven now to a lot of people that investing in the talent of the future is the way to go to build a comprehensive roster and one that can easily slot players in, take players out, and that kind of flexibility with a roster is just, it's paramount to actually having sustainability in the scene. So cool of Na'Vi to actually use a Na'Vi junior player, and honestly, shout out Headtrick because he had some nice moments. He didn't always pop off game by game, but I think overall he did a very satisfactory job for his jump up to tier 1.
Hashtag the Zoomers.
Hashtag the Zoomers.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Headtrick, everybody. Since we've seen his highlights and we want to give him some shine, we've also had Heku speaking to him for an interview.
Hey everybody, today on the server we are going to see Boomich, but I really want to introduce you to this guy because this guy helped Na'Vi to get to the playoffs. There's none other than Headtrick. Headtrick, I'm so happy to see you here at EPL. You probably we were extremely excited when you found out that you were going to play here, at least for a few days. What did you learn during your time here at EPL?
I learned a lot of information because I didn't play my positions and I should to hear new information, and I should try to play on max level. I tried it, but maybe in some situations it was hard, but I tried to do my best, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm. But how would you compare this level to the level that you usually play, the academy level?
I mean, here you just need to communicate a lot and better. It's a bit different game sense here. So when you kill someone on any position, you should just react so fast to say to your teammate, just go out and trade me like this, you know. Mm-hmm. So you should just here communicate a lot and and that's it. Mm-hmm. I think it's the most important thing here, mm-hmm. to communicate.
I mean, obviously, it's really important to communicate. But for example, as I understand, Boomich just came in only today. Did they have any time to practice actually together?
We played one practice day. We played 2 pracs. Yeah, so we didn't play a lot. We played Inferno and Mirage. Yeah, mm-hmm. But it's okay. So I just tried to learn default. What should I do? And yeah, that's it.
That's it. Well, the good thing is that you are finally out of quarantine, so you can enjoy the barbecue that is happening right now. You can also watch the game on the big screen. Do you think it will be a tight series?
Yeah, I think it will be a good series because Australia is playing good. I don't know what maps will be, but I think now you're gonna win.
Awesome. Looking forward to see that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Headtrick there saying that, I just tried to do my best. And young man, you should be proud of yourself. You did pretty damn good.
Yeah, especially for just a couple of days of practice and just playing on 2 maps, of which Dust2 wasn't even practice. They just YOLO'd it and it worked out. And shout out to him. I think once again, he's proving this entire Academy League thing, the Academy teams, Academy players, they are the future, Paula. They are the future, and they are the future of Counter-Strike.
With the return of Boomic, the IGL for Na'Vi, what should Astralis be looking out for? How can they counteract the return of the Boom?
Counteract the return of the Boom, I just basically prepped for how they would have prepped for Na'Vi coming into this event, right? They would have expected Boomic to actually be sitting out the first few games. They would have come in expecting a full 5 lineup, and now that they have the actual full 5 lineup, Astralis, just go back to whatever prep you had prepared for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I don't think there needs to be any sort of special prep. In fact, I think the downside of this for Na'Vi is that they've been playing with Headtrick. They probably are getting more used to him, and Boomic coming back in. Boomic, you know, he had a little bit of time away. I'm worried if he's a little bit just under the weather. You know, even though he got the negative test, I'm not disputing
You can get
that.
a brain fuse, man.
Yeah, there's a thing where, you know, when you're coming out of COVID, you still feel a little sick.
It's been 3 months.
You don't
I'm still
great.
feel weird.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, Blair, that might have been the case
That explains a
before
lot
COVID,
of
though.
things.
Blair, that might just be something else entirely. Maybe you're just kind of a bit weird all the time.
He's a kooky guy. Hey.
He's a kooky guy. Look, whilst we're on the topic of Boomic, let's quickly take a look at our Colex players to watch.
Boomic is back. Navi's IGL finally joins his team after testing negative for COVID. With his return, the team will be running at full capacity again, something they will need given that their upcoming games are against the strongest opposition in this group. Config has coming guns blazing. With an incredibly strong showing so far, he's not failed to come up clutch, most notably during the sneaky ninja defuse against EG. However, for a chance at victory today, he'll have to use all of the tricks in the book. With the Na'Vi squad back together, the question remains if Astralis can stand up against the undefeated Titan.
Moving on from Boomic, let's focus in on our other Colex player to watch, which is Config. Blair, how much of a factor can Config be in this matchup against Astralis?
Oh, he is.
Against Na'Vi.
Against Na'Vi. Against
Hopefully he's
Astralis.
not going against his own team.
Once upon a time when he was in Complexity, maybe. But yeah, jokes aside, I think he is going to be instrumental. I think that goes without saying. He has been such an impactful player for Astralis thus far in the group stage, and that's such a good sign for me personally, Maui, because initially when he came to this team, he was looking very tempered, very quiet overall, not quite able to do what he usually gets up to. But so far, he's been incredible, especially on Ancient.
These are the stats for the best relevant players of the year thus far on Ancient. And look at these guys. Who are you seeing? You're seeing an Opper and Shiro, you're seeing a Lurker in BlameF, another Lurker in Floppy, and then the other entry fragger type player in Axa, 1.22. Config is the best entry fragger on Ancient right now. There's no doubt about it, and he is going to be the crowbar to try to find a way to get into that Na'Vi defense. I have high hopes for Config in this, and I actually have high hopes that we're going to see an Astralis upset on the map.
And even on the Ancient should be definitely picked here by Astralis, and it's going to be incredible to watch because Na'Vi, they know how to play this. What's terrifying playing against Config is, just to add on to these stats, is against Heroic CD side is nothing to scoff at, right? This guy went, I think, 43% attempts. In his team of 5 players, he attempted 43% of openings, which is ridiculous. And he had like, what? I think 50% success. Good enough, man.
Yeah,
Good enough.
Yeah, I mean, when you contrast that with what Bit and Simple have been doing, though, it's not going to be easy to find openers.
It's a 2v1, basically.
Yeah, they are going absolutely
The Rookie
crazy.
of the Year versus the best player in the world against Config.
I'm just enjoying this because Maui came up with that idea for the graphic, and I could just see how excited you were to talk over
He likes pictures, man.
Yeah. All right, by the way, everybody, take a look on screen.
Hi, guys.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah, Sadakist and Moses are joined by who? It's Cadian.
Just some random guy, Paula. Yeah, guy that's obviously played against one of these teams yesterday, Astralis, or was it 2 days ago? I can't remember. It's been so fast. And then obviously you guys are playing Na'Vi tomorrow, Cadian. You're going to see the video come up, so I'm going to leave this to you two because you're better at this. But good to have you here with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invite. As the viewers at home can maybe hear, my voice has been suffering a little bit the last couple of days. It's not onto that land shape yet, you know. So it's rough out here, but we'll manage.
You guys got a lot of cheering going on, so it makes sense. And you know, the viewers probably haven't seen you on a broadcast since like what, 2015?
Copenhagen Games was the last time I remember. Katowice was just before that. So
it's probably around that time. Like I did some Danish ones, but you know, this is different level, you know. I have two legends alongside me, so I'm very excited to be here.
Welcome back. Well,
standing on a box, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just so you guys know, I thought we'd elevate him a little bit.
Let's talk about the maps a little bit, because it's always, you know, it's obviously an important feature of these games between these two teams, and two tightly contested teams in this group as well. Where do you kind of see this one playing out? They mentioned Ancient would be probably a smart pick for Astralis.
Yeah, it's Ancient is by far the best map of Astralis right now. I think that they're maybe lacking some identity on some of the other maps, but right now I think they are one of, if not the leading team on Ancient.
When you've practiced against Astralis, have you felt them kind of like building into this lineup? Could you tell over like the past like 3 months that, like, you know, things were starting out haggard and then it went downhill, and now you can feel them kind of building back up into it?
Yeah, I mean, we only practiced them like twice before meeting them at this event.
Yeah.
Also, the groups were announced in quite a long time, especially when you're playing in the last group like we did, so we knew what teams to avoid in practice. And we have the video on our screen here. And the interesting part is that Astralis removed Dust 2, which is currently like a go-to map for Na'Vi. And then you might ask yourself the question, is Dust 2 the permaban of Astralis? No, it's not. That is like, they're kind of running a kind of 7 map pool right now, because the usual permaban for the latest period has been Vertigo.
Yeah.
Ever since they got like Blame and Config, because they're like kings of Mirage.
Yeah.
But now for this event, they've actually started to ban Mirage quite a bit. So, and the permaban of Na'Vi is Vertigo. That's why they can now do this move.
Here's a bit of a question for you, because I know one of the interviews we had with Simple is part of the reason they were picking Dust 2 in this event so much was because they had Hetrick brought in. They were like, let's make him comfortable. Let's not worry about that. Now they have Boomich back. They go back to Nuke, and that was a question I remember Hector even asking, why aren't you picking Nuke even though it's a comfort map? So you kind of agree with that idea of banning Dust 2 despite the fact that Boomich is now back?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
But then again, Na'Vi has been the world's best team on Nuke for a long time.
Yeah, right.
At least a year. I think
not going to get any easier.
If you go to their stats, there's something like 30 wins, 2 losses.
It's mental, yeah. They've been crazy on it. It's another one of those historic runs.
Well, we'll get underway with the pistol. Astralis starting out on the T side, and I think they touched on it brilliantly, is how good Config is at opening on this map and how much middle control he was able to ascertain over the last few days. So keep an eye on that, as BlameF will start things off standard, but holding B essentially by himself right now, just trying to keep the defense at bay as the rest of them are going to head over toward A.
Yeah, exactly. They are running like pretty close contact. Config is searching with the P250. He wants to get the opening. Ooh. And a dink, but through the wall.
Yeah, just throws him off a little bit. But there's a bit for you. Nice headshot, and Simple as well. Good combination. The Desk just talked about that pairing and how good they can be. Yeah, this is tough now. I mean, the bomb site, you've lost access to it. So Pissed Around ends up being an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, BlameF was the one that was off the site early on. He's just trying to rotate back over in that direction. No utility to cover off those choke points, and the accuracy pretty sharp so far from Na'Vi. So this round, I think, done. We can conclude as BlameF finds himself in a 1-on-5. Katie, and we were talking a little bit before this match started. Boomich is back, but you mentioned Alexi B was kind of slow his first game with G2, and they went through a similar situation. How do you think they'll be? Because, again, Hetrick was playing in the hotel room for a portion of this as well.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly touching upon Hetrick, I think he did a good job for a very young player coming in. And like mentioned in the interview, he didn't even play like the majority of his own positions. And the first time he played at this level, obviously helps a little bit that he could play from the hotel room, but I mean, I'm impressed by what he delivered. In terms of that, yeah, that's just a quick point I think that's important to make is when G2 were playing in the other group, you saw them in the beginning struggling a little bit, and then they brought in Alexi and people like, okay, now we'll get them going, but it's not as easy as you might think when your IGL comes in and you already played like 3 games.
Yeah, well, I guess if it's any consolation, Boomich will be loving the fact that he's had to do absolutely nothing so far.
Yeah.
Exactly
also, they met the easier teams in the first 3 games, which like now when it's crunch times, it's...
But that is a fair point, because we saw that they struggled to close out maps against complexity both times. Simple said he was doing some of the calling, but it was tough on the T-side for him. Having Boomich back, yeah, that is a good point, that they're going to be against the better teams. But in terms of this game, yeah, I'm sure if they go up like 6-0, he's going to be like, great, I can just find my feet here, boys, get the sea lags out from under me and start on the way, Jason.
for sure.
I'm really excited to see how middle's going to work out for Astralis. They talked about Config and how good of an entry fragger he is, but you are going right at Simple and right at Bit, which is intimidating in its own right. So that'll be a cool battle. And Perfecto in position to get pop flashed in for a little bit of a peek.
I love this double play, remember. We saw yesterday, BlameF is very good at doing it as well. We know Perfecto has been playing it oftentimes for Na'Vi, so pretty common, pretty standard. We'll start to see as the utility gets built up, the Molotovs being put in those positions as well to make it awkward for the T's to get out of those angles and that sort of line of sight. Boost instead, though, for Farlig. Naturally one of his AWP yet, but that doesn't matter because he's got Simple down. Not a bad shot to open up with. Glaive's on 10 HP as well.
Yeah, and he's making a very far rotation now, and they're searching down. This is the... Like, when you make these kind of information plays, that shows how powerful they are, right? Astralis gets an opening on B. They're expecting Na'Vi to rotate towards this side and guard it, close in the window of opportunities, but they're searching for the information now. They know that it's the A-side hit, but Config on this lurk, let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, and it also, I mean, the great thing is that pressure on B opens up the window, opens up a little bit of space for Config to make this play. So he doesn't actually have to go at the defenders in this position. Now he's got an easy backstab.
This is a nasty surprise. He's gonna go for the knife. Jason?
No, not this early.
We know he's capable.
Only in overtime with 1 HP does he do things like that.
Yeah, I think in this case where they haven't got around yet and he knows that his teammates are low, he probably just wants to be efficient. He's going to get Boomich as well. It's crazy to me that he's so capable of getting up in middle so many times, and it's just standing there like, nah, not a possibility.
I wanted to make this point, but like some early stuff happening, but when we played them, this was like the biggest issue. I had like a really good Ancient against Complexity. I was thriving, running around with the AWP, having a great time. We played against Astralis, and we knew that he was really good at like pressuring middle, but he was like in the window area consistently. So whenever I wanted to move from A to B, I was not able to because he was just there blocking my rotations as an AWPer. So I was completely useless in that game.
And you never know. The hard part too for you in that position as well is because Config has such a deep playbook in that part of the map. Like you never know if he's going to be aggressive like we just saw on flank that A bomb site, or if he's just chilling in a corner waiting for you to walk into his crosshair. So that's got to be a really stressful scenario.
Yeah.
What is the counter? Because if you put resources there, you're opening up somewhere else, surely.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like either you fight him hard in middle, but then the opportunities for like the B area is just way more open, and also A, right? Yeah. A lot of teams are good at like making the fake mid pressure and just running out A, and both sides has some pretty difficult afterplant situations, I would say. So I think what Na'Vi did there, I played them a few times in practice on Ancient as well, and they're super good at pressuring, like smoking this door, the gate right in front of us, mollying down, getting the flash peaks, these kind of things. And I think it's one of the biggest key components of playing the CT side on Ancient is to be aggressive at B.
Yeah, that part of the map can get so suffocating if you have success. Zip's going to lead the way in. He's turned into an entry fragger. The Clutch Minister going in first. He's dropped first as well. Perfecto's got one and still challenging. Doesn't want to swing too wide. He commits there. Traded by BlameF. That's important. And Config now in position again to be aggressive and wrap around, but he's got to wait for the flames to subside. And I think the opportunity's passed, but maybe not.
Onfig absolutely nails it. They weren't even expecting him to be in that corner. When he gets vision back, makes no mistake on it. Still, he's going to be stared down. This would turn in to be a 4K if he can win out the round. Bomb is in the lane. Boomich certainly aware of it, but they're going to play this on position because they know the position of Config. Some out of the shoulder as he just snuck away, and you can immediately see Simple turn direction with the AWP and stare this lane. So this is going to be difficult for Config to go out with that AWP being so closely guarding it, and Config goes down.
One big compliment there to Boomich. If you notice it, if you look carefully at this 2 versus 1, Simple is locking down the right side with the AWP.
Yeah.
Boomich is jiggle peeking the left one. He has contact with Config. They switcheroo. Yep. Simple is now watching the left side, and Boomich is playing the right side, jiggling for information. So he's just playing the numbers, you know, inviting him into Simple's scope. Great play by him.
Yeah, it's basically saying Config's just frothing at the mouth to get into that battle with the FAMAS, and he turns it into, oh, nope, it's actually the Simple's ult. So nice recovery from Na'Vi, up 3-1.
Exactly, and yeah, you said it. Zip is now an entry player, right? And I think that's one of the biggest issues with at least the old iteration of the Astralis lineup before they got Farley, who's more aggressive than Lucky.
Yeah.
If he's aggressive enough, I don't know. But the problem was before you have BlameF, who's a passive player. You have had Lucky, who was a passive player. You have Zip, who's a Lucky player. And when you have like 3 who's such passive, it's super difficult. And a lot of responsibilities lies on Glaive and Config. So I think it's a more healthy dynamic now.
You obviously know, going deep into the Danish scene, you obviously know these players, way more intimately than we ever could. What was your initial thoughts and reactions to Farley getting picked up into this team? Did you really like that choice?
Yeah, I was actually really surprised that they didn't get him or Aker quicker. I don't know whether Farley or Aker is the right one of the two. I think both of them are super talented. But yeah, I mean, I guess Farley is a little bit younger, a little bit less experienced, so but
maybe
still
a little bit more malleable.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I think you can teach him more, but also he's not that inexperienced that he doesn't know how to perform at this level. You know.
Right.
So I think it's a pretty good change.
I think it's interesting that you touched on just the aggression too, because you think back, dupree's the entry fragger. Device is obviously aggressive. Like, not even looking at the roles per se, but just the personality types. It's apparent. So, see if that pays off for them. Boomic going to start this off. Config down, the MP9 farming up a bit of cash for Boomic. His second kill in the game, so therefore his second kill in Pro League as he's
welcome.
Yeah, exactly. Finally on the board and finally here with his team. Not a moment too soon, I think they'd say, as you're right. They're playing Astralis. You guys play them tomorrow. That is the top side of the group for sure.
Yeah.
And Electronic's going to sneak down. Smoke doesn't fully cover off that elbow position, but he still has the confidence to get up against the wall. And they're trying to bait him out, trying to bounce some flashes. That will be unwelcoming. And he tries to run away, but realizes he's got time to reset. That's going to bait Boomic in, and that's perfect because Boomic gets 2 of the 3 kills, and Electronic comes back for the other.
I think one of the things worth noticing, especially as a terrorist on this map, is the early utility usage of the CTs. If they use double Molotovs in mid, it's super difficult to get that early mid control.
Yeah.
But that maybe allows more room for the quicker A executes or the B presence. Whereas if they only use 1 Molotov in middle, that's probably because they're using 2 or 3 early ones on B to get that control. So you need to kind of sometimes predict what they are doing, and then if you get met with the others, like here it's just 1 molly, right? And Nate, Config is loving this, has the information. Blame, when he's able to, when this Molotov fades, he's gonna connect with him through the upper side of this rafters, and they can gain the mid control, and that's why Config is best.
Oh, Mitch isn't going to allow that though, is he?
No, apparently not through the smoke. Simple being passive. Blade's going to challenge. Oh, Simple's a little bit stuck. Smoke's going to get him out of danger, and he'll cross back over. So mid-access is denied for the moment. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. You just touched on the utility dump down middle from both teams. Utility getting a little bit haggard for both sides with over a minute left in the round.
Yeah. And this is one of the parts Glaive is good at, right? Also creating space, jiggle peeking, searching things, and calling his troops around him.
The interesting thing is they didn't get Config up there. Glaive was the one to push. They still took it together, but look at the response already from A.
They're searching information again, and this is the difficult part about grouping too much. If you group too much and you don't have anyone holding the flank, this is going to be a nasty surprise. Oh, yeah, Electronic.
You got Blame F on low HP. He's going, oh, okay, Config. Turns around and shuts that down, doesn't he? I thought for sure he was on for 2. If he was there a second sooner, they had nades in their hands, but it's not going to work out. And just like that, Navid, they've opened up that back door on the Astralis side. At least they get the information for this, though. That's the one benefit of this play. 30 seconds left over. Config still trying to find an entry, and Simple's going to walk out. Xyp9x, you mentioned it. He's usually going first. Now, well, he's the first to fall on the site. Perfecto limited, forced off, and still Astralis find their way in.
When Config gets that kill and Electronics made that play, you know, and you mentioned being grouped up and not having wide map control, is that kind of like a oh crap moment in the round where you're just like, oh, they actually know everything?
Yeah, I think that's a mental game at that point, because you know that they have all the information about your positioning. So now you need to decide yourself if are you execute strong enough that you can just brute force it? And sometimes if you just wait a little bit, it's also going to make maybe the other place overthink. And I also think one of the very meta things right now is that Electronic is most likely not going to make that play alone. You know, he's going to have a guy sneaking out with him. So at that point, you know that now you're 5 against 3 at the maximum on the B side, because Bit, who was behind him, is something that Astralis can probably predict. But yeah, a lot of teams would probably also like use Aegis, and like they would get that kill and they would run out middle and KS it on the A side. And I think both options are viable. It kind of depends on
what read you have and what feel you have.
Yeah. Yep. What kind of playstyle is. But also I will say one thing. If I can't be harsh on Electronic, theoretically speaking, it's not good to keep pushing there.
Yeah, wait for the execute and wrap around quick.
You should. 100%. But it's a mistake that a lot of players make.
Yeah, they also, I mean, just to be nitpicky, there's probably a flashbang somewhere in that B bomb site someone could have lobbed over to make that peak a little bit more efficient and a little bit more safe. Na'Vi up 4-2, just suffered a tough loss.
Yeah, and I mean, Astralis has been crushed in some of the rounds, but they already have 2 rounds, and the economy on the CT side is suffering right now. So if they win this, it's looking really good on the T side of Ancient.
Xyp9x, the first one, and again flashed into position, tries to fire the smokes in cave. Simple So good, so fast, up close, doesn't even need to flick, he's just firing that quickly. He goes back around again, Glaive, and he turns around knowing Config's behind them. Hang on, that's 3 already. He's uncertain as to where the others are, but he's confidently looking for it. He'll go forward of the Flames. Don't stand in it for too long. Simple down to 44 HP, but that's going to push them back away from the site rather desperately. And with the bomb down inside of it, the only other option is to work through Jaguar, and they know that now. Electronic does better this time, peeking out, and did what you said that time as well, Casper. Just sat back and waited to pinch them in.
Yeah, played off a contact, was way better. Look at Simple there, though. First of all, potentially Astralis is missing a flashbang to take that next step. Also, one of the guys ran towards the second part, like the right side of B side, and the other one ran to the left, where most times you probably want them like trading each other, running the same direction. Especially if there's not a flashbang, then you should like use that manpower. But look at Simple, how far out he's searching when we get the replay for the next round. He's leaving the obvious position open where the third guy could come in. He keeps just searching further out, which is super risky.
Yeah.
But the players who's further back are scared of peeking into the obvious angle from Simple, you know? And I don't know, it requires some balls to search as far out as Simple did there, but he did it.
He's been doing that his whole career, has he? When he's got that kind of a game.
Yep.
He's so confident, isn't he?
Well, the read of Config wrapping around as well.
Look here, like, this is the first kill, right? Now you just need to watch. Look, he's...
Yeah, taking a big risk.
Right side is it's just exposed, and then this shot.
I mean, the benefit is, as you say, like, sure, he goes that far. He's pretty much seen the entire site, so the Config can only be behind him at that point.
Well, a cool thing, too, keep in mind as well, just a few rounds back, that 1 versus 4 that we saw Config trying to convert was the same thing. He ran the exact same route on that A hits as well, so Simple had just seen it 2 rounds ago. So, yeah, prepared after that second kill, especially when you swing out that wide. He also sees everything's clear. He's like, someone's missing. Someone's not here.
Exactly.
Timeout taken from Astralis. Second one early on.
I haven't really seen Astralis do this specific strategy before. And I mean, we prepared for them prior to meeting them because we knew that they were going to pick Ancient. So I guess this is a strategy that they have maybe specifically created for Na'Vi and for their defense. But so far it hasn't been working out for them. So that one is probably running down to the trash can, and they will go back to... I would assume that they would go back to some of their more regular defaults with Glaive and Config working middle.
Yeah.
And the 3 others working B.
Well, the last 2 rounds, they've had all 5 on the B side, so they haven't even considered the A tunnels. And Bit, that round, sat back and watched it, but there already seems to be a bit of a comfort from Na'Vi saying, like, well, they're not here, and they're already leading those rotations.
Yeah. Sip is prioritizing a lot of grenades and a Mac-10, though, so there's a potential for him running in first and creating some space.
Quiet game from Astralis so far in the fragging department outside of Config map.
Yeah, and Config's going to be the one to go toward the A tunnels right now. He slows it down at the right time because obviously Bit at Donut can hear that. Farlig, though, starts it off with the kill. He burns alive afterward from the early damage. The Flames able to finish him off. Boomich getting the kill. So they trade each other. And BlameF still holding outside of Jaguar. Bit more default-ish, except it's not middle. Config has A. The problem is how do you rotate back to it because Electronics got Cubby at mid.
He's about to flex. You mentioned Na'Vi maybe feeling comfortable towards the B bomb site. I think this is a play designed to make sure they can't be comfortable moving forward.
The question is if he's going to get spotted getting into ruins or not. What is the timing here? He gets into the first stage. Can he cross the next one without Bit watching him? Oh, it's hard. He's crossed, and this is dangerous for Na'Vi.
Dear.
This is super dangerous.
Well, the fun thing is going to be, what about the trigger discipline? Oh, they're actually, he's just going to, this is what we were talking about earlier. He's going to park in CT spawn. He could move forward and try and backstab, but he's going to wait and cut off the rotations.
Look,
exactly what you mentioned.
They're looking. You could see it. Perfecto's starting to anticipate it. He's been looking to the right every now and then, thinking maybe he's middle, but Electronics been watching that. They're aware that he could be somewhere. It must be so nice.
He's going to get behind them. If he goes behind A now, this is so tricky. And the thing is, the T's also know that the only CT guarding A can be to the right in connector. So if Bit gets one and then Electronics flank, then it's basically one, but oof.
Bit's had some horrible timings in this game so far. Smoke's going to give up the game. They call it in. Look for Config. Simple rotating over. He's never going to expect it. He's done.
Doesn't matter because here comes the reverse flank. Electronic back on the... A long position rather, gets the first kill. Bomb is down and ticking, and he knows that. You can see it, but he has to be aware of where those rotations are coming from. So, Config finally taken. Bit's the one that gets the kill. Glaive has to hold this, but Smoke going out on it. Caught out. Bit was holding the entire time at Donut. BlameF has the kill finally, but he's so far removed. Surely they just get the defuse, and this is done.
Yeah, there's no angle for that from that position. It's planted just a little bit too wide for his vision. What a weird round.
I like Config must feel great to just walk around the map and be like, I can do whatever I want. But Electronic's been doing really similar positioning with that mid control.
Yeah. Also, kudos. I mean, Farley died, but he created the chaos that gave Config the opportunity for the...
How often do you see an Alper make that kind of a run?
Well, the first guy I saw making it, I guess that's also where Farley stole it from, was Mantu.
Okay.
And it's actually very not Mantu-ish to make that peak because it's pretty risky. But I've been copying it with pretty good success as well. So, yes, it doesn't happen often, but it catches that guy by surprise quite often. Yeah.
Clean kill for Perfecto. There was no flash there that I could see pushing down toward the gate, and Xyp9x goes back that direction. Here comes Electronic again. Peeks it, done. Gets the first kill, no problem. Xyp9x down. Perfecto is going to try and back on this because he knows they're going to be staring that direction. Knows they have no guns, and Perfecto indeed. That's pretty well timed on the peaks.
Yeah. And this is where now we're getting into a point for Astralis where they need to start swinging some rounds together.
Yeah.
I remember highlighting the economy at 4-2, saying that this is a crucial moment for both teams, and Na'Vi pulled ahead. And ever since, it's been their game, their rounds. Now Astralis needs to get back into the groove. I think they were a little bit unlucky in the last one because Config had such a good play, but so did Electronic.
Yeah, it's going to take like 2 to 3 rounds of victory for Astralis to take this economy away from Na'Vi.
Mr. Molly, the deep one.
Config's gonna love that. That's the dream. Smoke comes. Oh, he goes through it. What a beast. Wow. What a beast. He's got Simple as well. That's beautiful.
Oh, if he hits that on Electronic, I just bow down at that point. Electronic gets it back. But you're right, push that flame a little bit sooner than they were expecting. The eyes were still up toward Catwalk. Farlig's got to be careful here. Is there a flash to go with it this time for Perfecto? There's no one in the site, so no, there's not. He's got to go alone. He's got a lineup. Farlig killed Glaive. Oh, he baited him into it. He got away. I thought he got it through the edge of the box, but no, Farlig overreacts. And they have to be gray screened. They can't go through it. Perfecto's giving up all of his ammunition, though. A little bit nervous, I think, in that situation.
A little bit blind, I think. I think he's just hoping and praying they're actually going to jump through it while he's spraying down, but this flank could be everything. Farlig's going to come back and check it. One missed shot, and Boomich is going to open up an avenue back into the round. Farlig unsure of where it's going to come from exactly, but the elbow shows first, and Electronic likely going to back off. Maybe see if Farlig will give him a mistake, and he does. Now the retake can actually move forward.
I would have thought Farlig checks that with a little bit more cautiousness, because Electronic's been near how many rounds at this point?
Run away. That's a percentage play.
Yeah, especially with this kind of a lead, too.
Yeah. Also, like... The thing is, if you look at Electronic's economy right now, 8,300, Simple would easily be able to get dropped one from the Electronic. It's not so much about that, it's about removing it from the hands of Astralis, right? They're going to have a very difficult time dropping it. Let's see if Lemef has the money. He has 4,800, but then he can't have any utility. So they're probably going to opt for no AWP and the more utility. So that's the rough side of being an AWP when you lose it like that. You're just not going to get it back.
All good. They end up winning at the end of the day. All right, 4-round lead for Na'Vi. Things getting a little crazy, a little hectic. It's good to see Astralis get a round back on the board. They put a stop to a 3-round streak from Na'Vi.
Sick play by Config, though.
Oh, yeah, beautiful. I mean, you give a mouse a cookie, right? Back to the A-bomb site. Perfecto this time, and he's approached deep behind the box. There will be no sneaking through ruins for any kind of a backstab for Config.
Well, that's interesting. They're switching around the positions a little bit because he's the usual banana player, right? And now he's here on the other side, so that's something that can mess around with the team speed comps a little bit.
Well, and no one actually in the B bomb site either. Boomich is in cave over towards Jaguar. Simple Electronic push deep down middle. So actually more than happy to play retake.
This smoke is everything though. Glaive was waiting it out. AK wins the duel and Simple can't follow it. I would have thought actually laser beam on the spray. Okay, Blamap, that's just unfortunate. Sorry you run into a guy who's red hot right now with flicks. If he had to hit that, okay. Smartly he waits for the accuracy shot. I thought he was just gonna fire it while jumping. It's Simple, why wouldn't he? But he does follow up. Yeah, he does follow up with the kill and Glaive goes down. So they've pulled this into a very winnable situation, you could say, with the 4-on-1.
Yeah.
What are you calling now? Let me ask you a question. Just as an in-game leader, you put yourself in the position where you're about to be down 8-3. You've called 2 timeouts already in this game. It's obvious you come into this, your initial plan. Plan A hasn't worked. You've tried some things. Plan B has been, 50-50. It's been up or down. Are you using a 3rd timeout right now and talking things over?
Yeah, for sure. I think like the thing is with the, you have the 4 timeouts, and for me, it's not like you have to use 2 and 2.5 or anything like that. Yeah. I think right now, for Astralis to have a chance of winning this map, it's very important to get that 1 or just 2 extra rounds on the T side. Because if they get the momentum running as CT, which they need to make the comeback, you don't need to adjust as many things. It's easier to do it when you're winning, right?
Yeah.
So look for a better solution here. I think the first half has not been very Astralis-ish, but now they're rushing B. Let's see how this goes.
And it's retake as well. Perfecto and Boomich, they're going to be stuck behind a smoke, so they should at least get a plant, which is going to be great, although Boomich gets another spam kill. Previously, Config was taken down through smoke at the A-bomb site. Now they get a blind kill through the very thin boarded wall, and Simple gets a blind kill, so a little bit of luck, or a lot of bit of luck going the way of Na'Vi.
A lot is still not a bit, Jason. I'm going to call you out on that one. But Bit and Perfecto with kills to follow it up, even though the bomb's gone down. Glave's in a desperate situation. Doesn't even get a chance on the shoulder peek.
What's your guys' opinion on that wallbang from Cave to the B side? What do you think about it?
I mean,
I think it's too powerful, don't you?
I think it's just...
He was trying to get our opinions first.
So, I don't know if you've heard me say this before. I think that site, the pillar is too tall and too narrow. It serves no purpose being as tall as it is. And if they want to go with sort of this dilapidated ruin aspect of it, break off the top brick and fall it down so you have more coverage to plant. Because I think as strong as that wallbang is, I think the boosted stairs is strong too, because if you go plant default, you literally, even if there's a smoke, you just line your crosshair up with the edge of the pillar and it's an easy kill.
You don't even need the wallbang. People lined up just in the wall and just step out through the smoke and spam.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like that spam, just because it gives you, it also gives you the option to like play retake on that bomb site. If that spam isn't there and you can't delay the plant in any way from that position, then all of a sudden those old school like smoke executes on that B bomb site go back to being super powerful, and you don't really have a whole lot of options all the time for your defense.
I guess it's true. It creates some good after.
It's great from a spectator
and stuff as well.
It's a great from a spectator perspective, as you say too. It is pretty sexy that you can just spray into it and you feel so clever and it looks so cool. But brings back a bit of the 1.6 nostalgia where everything was paper thin. Perfecto makes Xyp9x look pretty thin. I mean, to be fair, Xyp9x is pretty thin, but that was nonetheless the play to make, and he gets the kill. Simple as well, firing on Farlig. This is a dominant half so far from Na'Vi, as they're looking to go 10-3. Glave's the one up middle this time. Only one kill, though, and tagged down to 42, and now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah. I mean, one of the points I was trying to make before I saw the B-rush and just wanted to let that happen is I don't think this first half is very Astralis-ish from what I've usually seen on this map by them. I think they're usually pretty good at like Blame and like Xyp going up and pressuring a Cave a pretty late round.
Yeah.
Config and Glaive getting mid control. Xyp is just watching the banana push as well sometimes with the AWPer. And then sometimes they find timings in window and A, stuff like this, where they've just been grouping a lot, where on all the other maps they are spreading out a lot, creating chaos, getting map control. You know, that's also what Astralis has been known for many years.
I think it's like something they saw maybe in like in preparation for this, and like, we can really try and exploit this. Let's switch up our style.
Yeah, it can be. Maybe they expected Na'Vi as well to just prepare a lot for those mid defaults.
Have more attention on middle, so they'd have more openings at the bomb sites.
Yeah. So I mean, theoretically speaking, by that logic, it makes sense to do the B things they have, because it's like 5 against 2.
Yeah.
But Simple has also been standing there at the right time, at the right moment a few times with AWP. And
well, between him and Electronic, they've both like stepped up and had some heartbreaking rounds that have just ripped good situations away from Astralis. So yeah, been tough coming into this for Astralis, especially the conversation too around Config being the best entry fragger on Ancient at the moment. He's largely been negated. I mean, he's got 10 kills, but everyone else after that is in a rough place.
Yeah.
So this is the double molly that you talked about.
Yeah, and this nade can also be a little bit nasty. Oh, it's too deep.
Ward caught a leaf. Electronic goes down. That's the AUG holding the angle. Good find from Glaive.
Is he gonna give it to one of his teammates with full HP? I recommend it.
You'd expect Glaive would.
Call Config over.
Here, Farlig, you can. Oh, give me the smoke. Give me everything. Strengthen me more, despite the HP.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
He's got to watch right now, though. Boomich wants us back. They're ready for it. Sees the elbow. Ooh, gets away with it. Gets tagged up. No, he didn't, actually. Excuse me. It was Config that took a bit of the damage. But he'll get the gun now, so there's 2 picked up.
Oh, there's a missed window smoke. And even though there's no one there, it's maybe going to create some, chaos. Let's see. Still going to utilize it. Sneak forward or what?
Bit holding that passive angle, though, should be able to spot them when they go by, but naturally you'd expect they'll check that They don't have a flash, though, to push him off the angle. Config just wins it straight up. Molotov goes deep. That'll put them in deeper to the site, but bomb drop. Flung forward. Simple controls the destiny of the round at this point in time. Perfecto already aware that they're getting in behind. Simple swinging out from the smoke put inside of Ruins. Finds another. Controlling, again, his angles as well as the destiny perfectly. He knows there's likely one to get by, and Perfecto's heard that. Bomb dropped again. 26 seconds. Round falls apart. Even though they got up middle that time, they still can't get it done.
We just mentioned it. Simple and Electronic just being the absolute dagger every time Astralis is in a perfect or an advantage situation, and this time it's the longest, narrowest corridor on the map,
2v5?
and there's no smokes. Yeah, 2v5. Bit went down as well, and Simple, it's just huge. 2 rifles were picked up by Astralis for the one that Glaive brought in. Config had the other one in middle. There's just nothing you can really do if you're Astralis and the bomb drops in that situation, that position. Heartbreaking, really. I guess, in on one sense, you got to be happy that, I mean, because one of the other things that you mentioned was G2 bringing in Alexi a little bit late, and that group was like that little bit of rust when Alexi comes in. Well, Navi's got none of it. I think they've got to just be, I have to imagine Simple's just like, thank God I don't have to call.
Now he's just leaning back, chilling, doing his thing. 18-4, half is not even done. Just simple things.
And the thing is as well, yeah, like they're playing so well right now and going off. They also have to start CT side, so he's not as, you know, they're a pretty well-coordinated and communicative team in that regard. Doesn't have to do anything crazy in the first half. He himself hasn't needed to go off because he's had 2 players being successful. It's like the perfect entry to the tournament. It really is. Like, just show up. Thanks, guys. I'm here now.
Let's pray for our main man, Zip, to get a kill. Otherwise, he's going to go first half without a kill.
Oh, the goose egg.
And
that'd be no fun.
Oh, that is ridiculous.
Give him a good flash. Do some.
On the entry now as well. I guess that speaks about how the entries have been going. Cajun B once did this with TSM back in the day at DreamHack. Bucharest PGL kickoff, as it were, and then they went on to win the finals. So,
okay, so
maybe it's an omen.
It can bring good things.
Exactly. Cajuns out there, like, don't worry, Zip. Been through this before, buddy. I'm here for you.
The only trophy, or the only big trophy North ever won, was also after losing 16-0 in the first map of the semifinal, right?
Oh, it's Stockholm, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Malmö,
Stockholm's
right?
done that to a few people, because that happened to the Luminosity lineup as well when they first picked up Cold. And then they went 0-16 against Fnatic, and then went on to beat them in the final. It was like, huh? Like, how did that happen?
They lost to him in the final.
That's right. You're right. Sorry, that's right. They had a huge run, and they did still lose.
It's all good. Points.
Take care for this guy, though. He's been doing this many times. Oh, can we get a trade?
Hold, couldn't get the double. Yep, Config able to slide back in. That has been the cat and mouse game for me this half. Those two just trying to get control.
Yeah, but Boomich and Perfecto aren't really pressured to make any kind of a crazy player rotation because you've got actually 2 defenders at this bomb, so you got Bit and Simple, and they both have ops, and they both get a kill.
That's like the perfect crossfire. They both drop side by side. Like, okay, well, both ops are over here. Let's go elsewhere. Farley's going to try and divide and conquer. Go straight up the middle, but 1 versus 4 on an AWP. 16 seconds. This one's done. Gets taken down by Boomich, and it has happened. Poor Xyp9x, 0, 2, and 14 in the first half.
Poor Xyp9x, poor Astralis, down 3-12. We're going to see if they can make a comeback when they switch to the CT side. That's right after the break.
This game so far, I mentioned it's 12-3 for Na'Vi, and despite that Maui Snake thought perhaps there was a chance for an upset win by Astralis based on what he'd seen so far in this group, and specifically Config, that was really nowhere to be seen, as we've got Cadian alongside Moses, two good minds of Counter-Strike. I'll let you guys keep going at it.
I mean, look, all the cards were there, with Boomich coming in late, maybe hopefully a little bit rusty, but obviously that just wasn't the case. Simple's heroic P250, the raid ball spy.
It's interesting because the raid boss you typically think is Deagle, but he's going to run the P250 with it. Why not? Config needs to be sharp. That's pretty good for a Glock to win that one from range, as Boomich finds Glaive as well. Bomb gets planted. Xyp9x is on the board. It only took one round in the second half. He gets his first kill in the game, and want to build on that without a doubt as Blamemath comes back in to find Bit. It's Farlig that goes down on the site, giving Na'Vi still a chance to hold this bomb off. They've got the man advantage, and, well, make that doubly so. There's no kit yet in play for Xyp9x. Smoked off as well at Donut. And that actually is counterintuitive and counterproductive for him, because that's actually just going to buy them more spacing coverage, and through the smoke, they'll get the kill instead.
But more importantly, good to be on the board.
Yeah, right. Feel good moment.
We have all tried it, right? Being like 0 and something, and it's just a relief just to get that one kill.
And sometimes, like, just for like the team environment, you got to latch on something to make everyone smile.
Everyone's going to be like, yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Remember, I think it was Forest at some big tournament as well, where they were like getting beat very big, like 11-0, 12-0. He just knew it was GG, but when he got that round, he was just full-on celebrating like he never does.
Rain did that in Australia as well, at one of the Sydney events. He was like 0-11, and the whole crowd went nuts when he got his first kill. Standing ovation.
Oh, it's a full eco, so right now Astralis are gambling on coming back from a 14-3 lead, and by all imagination, that would be one of the greatest comebacks of all time.
It would be impressive. It's like one of those real, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I guess, like, this is, I don't know. There's always, like, no right call to make.
Look, we've seen some 12-3s in this tournament so far. Electronic's going to take down Glaive, but we saw comebacks from that too. You look at complexity, right? Like, it's not out of the
nobody coming back on this Na'Vi right now.
You look at this scoreline, right? Like, Xyp9x has 1 kill. Blamemath has 4. Farlig has 3. Glaive's dead in this round. He has 6. 12. Config is the only one in double digits. It's the only one that's really done anything for them. It's not even the rounds. It's like, I'm surprised they even got 3 rounds considering they have that few that small amount of kills.
They are looking fired up. They're having a good time. The IGL is back, leading 14-3 on the opponent's map pick. And Na'Vi is also throwing away a lot of those question marks being sent their way. Obviously a team right now who has a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
Not just in the server, but primarily outside the server. So for them to play like this is also erasing some of the question mark from Katowice, I think.
Well, I mean, if you don't mind, you and your team also have that same kind of thing where you have a lot of things weighing on you outside the server as well. Can you, when you're playing in these kind of circumstances, can you feel that extra weight a little bit on you?
Yeah, you can. For us, it was a lot about like a lot of people not what's it called?
Legitimizing?
Yeah, like our capabilities on LAN, and if we were even like legit players and stuff like this. So
are you?
Yes. So you really want to like prove that, and then I just think that it's not only about when you're in the server, it's just all that effort and mental training from just being.
Yeah. Just dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fnatic talked a bit about that too. I talked the interviews. I did one with you as well when we were at Blast. We did them for Dexerto, and we talked sort of about Kerrigan and Olaf in their career. Hang on, Electronic shut out this time. We've got a round potentially for Astralis as he walks into the crossfire. I'll come back to my thought because yeah, he mentioned just the JW aspect and them sort of being the villains of the community, and that was tough and taxing to deal with as Glaive deals with Perfecto 14-4. So maybe the fully eco was worth it, Cadian.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's always hard to say because your chances are also just so low with just like Deagles and 5-7s.
Yeah.
So I can understand the point, but obviously it's way more difficult to do it when you are that far behind.
Yeah, it's a low percentage with Deagles and Scouts and 5-7s, but then it's also low percentage to think you're going to rattle off, 12 just to get to overtime without Na'Vi getting 2?
Yeah, exactly. Like, all it takes is one entry from Simple Electronic or a double headshot from Bit, and that's it, you know, and those kind of things happen way more often.
Way too often than you'd like.
Yep. But Blade is taking a timeout, and I think that also shows how serious they are about the T side of Ancient, that it can be super difficult, because even though they're leading 14-4, it's also about winning before like all the orbs is out and stuff, and you can also see Config is on a FAMAS, so they're close to having the full equipment they want, but 2 players on a FAMAS, and you have 4 guys with an AK. So let's see how this is going to pan out. Aggression on the B side from Astralis, by the looks of it.
And this is kind of what we expected to see, those double Molotovs down toward the gate and then trying to push it, but they won't get that far. Farlig already found by Bit. No chance they'll get any control over at A this time. Further exchange.
Throw away the entry, Boomich. Throwing away the entry from spamming a smoke with a Deagle, that is not my likings.
The low percentage play.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to survive at least. He can just chill. Got a little bit of utility.
I think one of the strong parts is they killed the AWP player and he didn't have an AWP. There's no AWP in the server. This creates a lot of opportunities for how you want to play with the AKs. You're not scared of like all the AWP angles and stuff like this. You can search knowing you have the 1 bullet headshot.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a connector smoke from T-Spawn, but are they using it as a fake, or why is it throwing it from here compared to other positions?
Might have just been chilling in position. Good kill from Bit as he enters in. Smoke gonna come in late, bounces.
That's the smoke. That is the late one. That's a crazy long smoke. But yeah, the timing of it, they entered on it.
Might be, I would assume it's just so they can actually kind of make it look like a contact play as that smoke's kind of coming in and you're not giving away the game by throwing it from a quicker smoke.
Yeah, that can definitely be true. That can definitely be true.
Boomich gets to lurk with that Deagle. Get you 1. Oh,
I don't think they saw him. Oh. I thought they saw him when they first ran by, but Xyp9x will get Boomich down. He'll take and welcome any additional kills, no doubt at this point. But
they're going to lose both these, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. Simple's already here. Electronics going to take the lane as well. They could work together, or they could split it. They've got Bit going the other way. All 3 players on top of them, and removed just like that. It is map points already for Na'Vi.
I know.
He's so good.
It's so weird.
It's such a percentage. It's literally displayed right there. You don't even see more than just his elbow or his shoulder, and it's just first bulleting you in the face every time. Like, I remember when he was coming up, I really didn't know what was coming for us players who had to face him. Like, I was like, okay, yeah, they're pulling in a guy. Is he better than Flamey? Potentially, you know, but his aim is just so effing strong.
It's ridiculous.
I remember scrimming against someone like the tier 2, tier 3, like Russian teams when I was with Liquid. Those guys shoot so hard. And Bit is just like the random Russian player who is just like promoted. And it's like, oh, this is what it's like in every scrim against those teams.
So true. And again, a quick trade. Pretty lucky from Electronic being completely blind, just holding mouse 1. But again, it creates the movement on the map. It creates spaces, rotations. And let's see how Na'Vi is going to capitalize off this. You see that they left Simple towards middle and A to watch these flanks, where Astralis was continuously grouping up all of them. So what is he? He's looking for a smoke or something. Now he's lining up something. Ooh. And the patient pays off. Flash middle.
Tell you what he lined up. Farlig's head.
Yeah.
Really quick before this map ends, because I'm assuming it's going to end here. When you're in like these kind of like man-down situations on the CT side, and obviously don't give anything up, but I mean, like, you know, every map has like a play you can make on the CT side when you're disadvantaged. Yeah. Is there does this map provide some of those openings for teams?
Yeah, I think you can re-aggro middle quite okay from like window and connector or donut or whatever people want to call it.
Yeah.
I think that's very viable to just do it slowly, but. Then again, it's like, you know, on every map, Jason, it's also that kind of mind game thing if you want to wait or not. And damn, boys, you invite me for a cast, and it's
I know, it's the quickest game of the tournament. Either way, we got to quickly go over to Heku because she's going to have an interview with the winners.
Yeah, I'm gonna have an interview here with Boomich. We're just trying to figure out the headset situation. I hope it's all fine. Boomich, it's so nice to see you back. Like, it's like we honestly miss you, and I'm sure like Astralis did not, because right now you just absolutely destroyed them. Like, so like, what was happening like while you were away? Were you like watching demos and preparing for Astralis?
I was just watching the games, like what the guys playing, but I was missing the third game because I was in flight, like, so I can't see the match versus complexity. I was just watching the game and like trying to be focused on the tournament right now because I don't have a chance to like practice at home because I don't have like PC at home. Then I was have the corona, so right now I need to be focused and practice more and more. And of course, we want to win this tournament.
But were you surprised by the video? Because Astralis decided to actually ban Dust 2 and like not nuke that map that you are amazing at. Like, so was the video a surprise?
I think like Navi picked 3 times Dust 2, so that's why they ban it. And maybe they feel more confident to play nuke versus us. I don't know. We will see what will happen next map.
But you have a good plan, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
down, or I sense a bit of tension. You're feeling a bit like you need to loosen up a bit. Can we get some music for the guys? Like loosen them up a bit and yeah. All right, here we go. Just loosen up, guys. Loosen up. Ooh, get a close up on Blair.
Thank you.
Is he feeling a bit better now, guys?
Thanks, Paulo.
Hell yeah.
I needed this.
Yeah, just to continue.
All right, we're ready to break it down now. Ancient, Astralis, Na'Vi. Why was it so dominant?
You said they got suffocated and dominated. Some people enjoyed that. Astralis definitely didn't enjoy that one. They got absolutely dumpstered. And unfortunately, I feel like a couple of the rounds, like you had a round where Config, for example, right? You spoke about how he can be such an annoyance. He walked it all the way through A-halls. Flanks through CD spawn, and they get the bomb done, and they still lose the round. Some unfortunate rounds being lost there.
You have to give credit to Na'Vi for the fact that they're so proactive on their defense, even in just kind of 4-on-4 type situations. The way that they're able to just keep pressuring the map, that the fact that they have full confidence in all of their individuals, it shows because they're flanking half the rounds immediately once a retake begins. They don't even have to wait for the bomb to be planted, and someone's already getting backstabbed from Astralis. So Na'Vi, I mean, this is what this team can look like when they're at their finest. They can blow anybody out of the water. Even Cadian said it. Astralis is supposed to be one of the best teams in the world on Ancient. I agree with Cadian, and yet Na'Vi made them look like fools.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what Astralis could have done better there. They just weren't at the level that Na'Vi ran.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real, right? This Ancient pick coming in, it made 100% sense. 100%
We have our aim high head-to-head.
Let's talk about this, right?
Simple and simple.
21 and 5.
It's like ADR.
4.2. Oh, gaming. Gamer number. 15 kills with the AWP as well. Listen, man, Simple was just popping off. Electronic was having a field day as well. He was being very proactive at the same time. And yes, we speak about, Config and how he was able to open up some of these rounds, able to get the timing as well. We even had Glaive, with some heroics of his own. But when you have Simple playing like that, and when you have only 3 rounds or 4 rounds on the CD on your attacking side, you need to win a pistol. That didn't happen, and that's about it.
It would have been an incredibly tough comeback, even if they won the pistol. The form that Na'Vi has shown on Ancient, they're one of the teams that recognize when you get into a post plan on any bomb site, you have to take proactive space to try to set up your defense. And they've been doing it since the inception of Ancient, or since it was brought into the map pool. They're still doing it now. And when you have players as good as the ones that they have, you're never scared to peek a new angle. You're always ready to take a new fight. And once Na'Vi have any sort of crossfire setup that makes Astralis uncomfortable, it's over. It's over. There's no retaking.
Maui, I'm still feeling that you're a bit uncomfortable. Can we get some music again just so Maui can, loosen up just a little bit more? Yeah, come Maui, loosen up. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we getting better?
Talk to me about round number 14, Blair. 2v5, Simple and Perfecto going off.
All right, it's an eco round. It's an eco round. We got some pistols. We have Glaive opening it up. They managed to make it a 2 versus 5. Then Frolic, he runs into the wrong bomb site. Simple sliding in wait. The bombs drop. This is a 2v5 right now, mind you. Perfecto catches Config trying to be sneaky all the way towards red. And then Simple, he makes that AWP sing the song of death. And that was a 2 versus 5, man. And unfortunately, Frolic just running in, not expecting Simple to be waiting there. The bomb getting dropped. The round's done.
Well, you say unfortunately. Is that unfortunate, or is that a weird mid-round
If you're
from Astralis?
It's a weird mid.
It's a weird mid-round. I don't you want to avoid Simple there? I mean, Glaive's one of the best in game.
I guess they thought he wasn't there. That's the only reason I can think.
He just killed somebody. He just killed somebody.
Yeah, I know.
What happened?
I don't know.
Why was the line of communication broken?
Farlig is an aggressive player.
Farlig is an aggressive player. Let's hear it out for that.
Guys, just before we go to a short break, before Nuke, Boomich's interview, I think he sounded great. He sounded confident, and he said that they have a good plan for this upcoming map. Do you think Na'Vi win it in 2 on Nuke?
That's hard to call, man. I think Astralis are a very dangerous team on this map. And you know what? I'm just going to say it. I think Na'Vi's going to take this. They look great right now. And especially the way they won Ancient, this should be a 2-0.
They're taking it, Paula. They're taking it, Paula. We're getting out of here. We're wrapping up. Na'Vi are wrapping the series up. They're going to wrap Astralis up.
All right, a lot of rapping.
I want to be rapping.
Coming out of Maui's mouth. rapping about rapping. Rapping with an R, rapping with W and an R.
Rhythm and poetry.
All right, everybody at home, what do you think? Do you think this is going to be Na'Vi in 2 or Astralis bouncing back on Nuke? I'm excited to see it, and we'll be back very shortly.
do not have Cadian with us, sadly. It was great to have him join us, Jason. Lots of insights. I love how much you can tell that they counter-strat and they're aware of their opponents because the little nuances, the double Molotov down middle versus the single and the nade and what that means and how to push. They're very aware of their opponents. And I find it always interesting to listen to that in live time. But we go to Nuke, and hopefully Astralis is alive this time, Jason, because they really weren't on Ancient.
No, they, yeah, we were both just kind of laughing between after the first map because we were both buckling in for a long, grinded out 3-map series. And I mean, look, maybe we still get 3 maps, but that first one, Na'Vi just cruised. Boomich has got the opening kill. Simple doesn't initially clear, but he does react in time. Farlig doesn't even hit him. Config with 1 kill. Bit goes down. Xyp9x. Locker room windows, but Boomich has already made it up top. He missed that timing, and Config falls. He tries to get a little bit more aggressive, make a play to bring it back a little bit more even, and now Xyp9x position is known as well. Simple takes a few shots at him, and this is awkward. No way for Glaive and Xyp9x to get working together. They're both under some pressure right now. Xyp9x just by gunfire. Glaive due to his positioning, his play on the map. Bombs being planted as we speak.
Glaive swinging around. Good catch onto Electronic. That's going to give them 1. Xyp9x still trying to do battle outside and get toward the bomb site, but he's completely cordoned off because he's got a player in the garage. He's got one of the lockers. His only sense of coverage is that blue box. He needs to get away from that to be less predictably placed, but Perfecto runs him down and round over. He's the last to die. I was going to say the last surviving, but none of them did. And as a result, we already have 1-0 for Na'Vi. Big Bad Boom with 3 that time.
Yeah, he was. Sorry, I was looking at the interaction. Electronic. Stanley, your microphone's not working, bro. Config with the 1 kill, but mostly just in desperation, trying to make something happen after they lost 2 players. So the nightmare continues. The terror from Na'Vi continues. Farlig got $1,000 in the bank. Everyone's upgraded pistols on the Astralis side, but Farlig has declined to get armor, so he can save up for the AWP. Electronic, some early damage from the nades. And Simple is going to find a couple kills over towards ramp room. And that's going to be 1-0, or it's going to be 2-0 when all is said and done in the favor of Na'Vi.
Blame F. Deagle is inside of the big garage, but so far inside of it that he's actually watching back to his spawn, and that's not going to be doing anything for holding outside. So he swings back around to spot 1 at the box. That only just summons another to come out from the annex, though, and surely his time now numbered. They know where he is. So the armor and the Deagle at risk, and Na'Vi will go up 2-0.
Ooh.
Why? You love to see that. It's
spicy.
Can I have his Deagle? Mine never does that.
Mine doesn't either.
I would have like ricocheted the bullet back and hit me somehow.
Yeah. Been there.
Well, would have been like that guy that experimented. Yeah, please, can I have his Deagle? The guy that experimented with the 3D printed gun, and when he shot it, it just like exploded in his hand or whatever.
I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, well, guy didn't really think things through, did he?
Oh, the nade smoke is going to make that one a bit more difficult, but still, all being said, he almost got Perfecto down as well, so great damage done. Great damage done to the economy of Na'Vi, but they're going to be able to shake it off. This was the round that really was the danger, and this next one, Astralis can't really invest a whole lot. A few more Deagles picked up, but no armor behind it, so here we go, 2-0. Na'Vi just demolishing Astralis on their map pick to start the series. Now you have to go to a very, very strong and comfortable map for Na'Vi if you're Astralis to try and extend this series. Electronic gonna spam through the smoke as he crouch slides. He's gonna make it all the way across. Position on the map that we have enjoyed watching him play over the years. He's so good outside on Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke's, it's become like the middle ground of the map pool. We talked about the I know I use the same terminology, the middle ground maps, but things like Inferno and Mirage that end up being late in series because they're kind of stalemates between them. Nuke used to be at the extreme end where it was kind of a permaban for everyone. Now it just kind of floats in the pool. It just kind of is either there or it's left out. It's not usually banned. It's It's interesting to think that, because for a long time, I know, not necessarily relevant to right now, but if you're a newer fan, you even go back to 1.6, it was like the most one-sided map. People hated it. Some teams really liked it, obviously. Someone's got to like it, but it was not the go-to, that's for sure. Now I think it's become very, very good the way it plays. And I love it because it is, I mean, Vertigo obviously now as well, but it is one of the only maps with multiple levels, which is very difficult to design for obvious reasons. Gravity is very one-directional.
Yeah. Oh, simple.
What a statement. Jesus. Oh my, why is that done that to us? I love when I try and sound smart.
Oh, Jesus. Well, Simple is, he's in a mood today. I think he's having a celebration that he's got his big boy Boomich back in action in the lineup here at ESL Pro League, because he is a monster, just walking into entry kills everywhere he goes. 3-on-3. There is a kit on config. Low HP, and Simple's gonna hide behind the doors. Do they want to go for it, Astralis? This is a lot of economy to put into a retake early on in the game. You could lose so much. They're hoping, oh, they know he's there, and they don't want to move forward. So Astralis backs off. Although one player's not gonna get away. Config surely gonna go down. Farlig, gotta be careful with that op. Simple's gonna come hunting. Little jiggle peek and a tap. The bullet goes upwards, and he's still trying to bait out the shot to hunt this down. Farlig is playing a dangerous game because a second player is gonna come join up, but Simple calls the hunt off. So 4-0 for Na'Vi on the T side of Nuke.
Trying desperately, as we saw the M4s silenced, prevailing in this situation, but not long enough as Na'Vi able to make amends with the round and the losses to pull it back. We'll have Boomich on an AK, everyone on an AK, in fact, except for Bit, who's carried over one of the M4s, so the only AWP is Farlig. Swearing through the door, nothing earned from that, other than the fact that the door has now been removed. Has to be the most abused door in CS, more so even than that of the one on Cash when it used to be there.
Door's got a long, storied history.
Yeah, absolutely. Can the new Cash door be blown apart? The old one couldn't be.
I believe so.
Yeah, I haven't played the new Cash very much. I mean, I have, but I just haven't played it enough to notice those details. I haven't done an actual 5v5 on it. A lot of deathmatch.
Smoke down for Blame F. This round's a little bit more calm and cautious approach from Na'Vi. Simple not just forcing his way into an entry kill towards ramp room, so a bit more standard. They know the ops in play. They know Farlig saved it. Flashbang is out, but actually it doesn't bounce into his eyes. Perfecto goes down. Zip is here for support, and so is Blame F. Na'Vi get red, and they get shut down.
Electronics swinging around as Glaive meets him and greets him at the door. Not exactly the greeting he was anticipating. He's not welcome inside. Made the journey for nothing. Simple might have something to say about that, though. He's gonna barge his way in. No, he's not. Glaive turns around and shuts him out as well. So ends in the round going to Astralis. They're first in the game, and they do it rather efficiently, which is important because they're still not really established an economy on either side. There is certainly a buy for Na'Vi this time, but a chance for perhaps Astralis to break that down.
Oh, good standard shot from Farlig. Nice to see Astralis get on the board in such convincing fashion, keeping 4 players alive. Build up a little bit of money, a little bit of grace. Grace that they didn't get on Ancient. Zipix heading towards ramp room. Config and Glaive upper. Blame F and Farlig outside. Farlig is going to get aggressive. It's been talked about a number of times. A way more aggressive mindset and how he wants to play Farlig than some of his predecessors. Gets the one. Oh, and Simple couldn't land the headshot as him jumping over. They don't want to let him get away, though. Electronic eventually does trade it back, but he made it costly. Took down 2 with him. Oh, wow. That came out of nowhere. Wow. Bit coming out of Hut. He's got 2 entries. Upper bomb site is open for the taking, but Bit's got to hold on a little bit longer because Perfecto had to walk all the way back to get the bomb.
Bit's trying to run away from the flash. Can't do it. Zipix with the kill. Contribution, he's up to 2, and it's Perfecto that has 2 to find in the round. That's what he's got total so far. He needs to double his totals.
That should tell. That tells Perfecto where both of them are, though, right? The pop flash coming out lets them know one is back towards CT spawn, one was up to get activated by that flashbang, so bail down to the lower bomb site. Now, the only thing that they really have to worry about, Blame F, just try your best. Don't have to necessarily commit to the fight, but try and keep him cordoned behind the silo. Try and keep him frozen here, scared of making his exit because his teammate's coming ever closer, but he just straight up wins it anyways.
Yeah, good call on that. You absolutely nailed that because he knew where they were. Even though they get downstairs, they just want to keep him in position. And communicating well. It's just a great shot from Blame F. They'll go back and grab some utility, make sure they've got the rifles they want, and we've got a second round for Astralis.
Yeah, second round for Astralis. This one a little bit more costly, obviously, but no big deal.
First time they've had back-to-back rounds this entire series.
Yeah, good point. Welcome, Astralis. We're here, we've arrived. Boomich getting caught fumbling with his nades. Early retake, pop flash catches Bit off guard. Would be interesting. I don't think there's any way. It's kind of I don't want to say, actually, unfortunate isn't the right word. I'm not really sure what the right word for it is, but you know, Bit gets those 2 kills in the upper bomb site when you don't really expect to get the double entry kills like that. Yeah, the bomb's obviously far away, so it does put like it's great. Obviously, you're going to take it every single time, but it does put some awkward pressure on him in the 2v2 to have to hold onto that site and kind of stand tall and well overexposed for that kind of a flashbang, as Bit has to spend time picking up the bomb and cautiously coming back to help out. Timeout taken. Ave being very vocal with Astralis. Blade studying his notes. I asked him about that. I asked him what was on those papers.
Yeah, and what did he say?
Notes. I said thanks.
Oh, wow.
Mystery solved.
You're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. So it's not a copy of Dune.
It is not a copy of Dune. Or its sequels. It's tome-like sequels. Simple up top with the scout. On top of Twinkie. There goes Bit right through the smoke. Config spamming to make sure no one could get down or do his best to stop someone from getting down the vent. And he's done just that. 4 on 5 in the favor of Astralis. Farlig's got the deep angle with the AWP. Hasn't spotted anything yet.
Still gonna hold it though. Might get a chance. Shoulder peeking seems to be the aim and intention. Nade at the ready as well. It isn't going to happen fast enough for us to sit around and watch it, because that's just boring. So let's go over and see what Simple's up to outside. Trying to fire inside of that annex position as well. Get a wall bang toward the entrance. Config's on the other side of it. It's Config that's actually gotten 1 kill. Electronic goes down, Blame F to follow up. Simple falls down entirely, and we've got a 1-round game.
1-round game. Well done from Astralis. And this time as well, keeping plenty of players alive, so building that bank ever more. Looking much more comfortable here on Nuke.
And dead now, of course. Sibix with the kill on Perfecto. So yeah, getting a little bit more comfortable are Astralis. This, of course, is the map choice of Na'Vi this time around, so interesting to note that Astralis did very little on their own map choice.
Interesting to note, too, I believe earlier that the NA game that we had, the Complexity versus EG game, if EG had won that series, Astralis, I believe, would have been through to playoffs. The fact that Complexity actually took it means Complexity still has a low percentage chance, but they're still alive in the event, and Astralis still needs to qualify as well. So it puts a little bit more pressure on the Danish camp, but they're not thinking about that right now. Farlig makes his run over towards Secret. Last time he was aggressive, he had a double kill. That third smoke came in a little bit late, and Electronic was exposed far too long. Perfecto does find a response, a rebuttal, but so does Farlig.
Blame F wanting to swing around this smoke, but there's no gap inside of it. He might just use it to be unpredictably in a new position when it does open up and give vision away. It should be now that he goes, because Simple got 1 kill on that, though. That's the problem. Blame F wanted to catch him off, but Simple still strikes. And then, despite the Blame F trades him, Bit was ready to strike back, so it could have been a much more efficient situation. Instead, though, falls to a 2-on-2. Farlig might give himself up, though. No. This could be okay. Yep, fine. Just totally fine. How about that for aggression, Maui Snake?
I cannot believe he hard cleared that. What a legend. Bit. 1 versus 2. Bomb in hand. Galil in hand as well. Glaive would be a great find to have. Put Farlig in an awkward situation with the AWP and half HP, but his headshot percentage is still there. Unfortunately, it's the Galil, not the AK-47, so it doesn't complete the kill, and that's got to be a little bit frustrating. 4-4. We're all tied up. Astralis in control of the game, in control of the economy, on a 4-round streak.
So Simple just, doing simple things. He was dead to rights. He was already low on HP. He was absolutely about to walk into the crossfire of BlameF, and he still finds a kill.
Yeah, he really does. BlameF was hiding. I believe he was worried, I think, about a pop flash with that smoke still up, still staying up a little bit longer. He didn't want there to be someone hiding in it, like exactly as Simple was, and a pop flash catch him. Good trades outside, though, for both teams. And a nice win in the 2v2 for Astralis. So back to pistols for Na'Vi. Farlig tagged up, but gets into safety. Ducks down into safety. Makes himself a small target.
Maui getting insecure on Twitter, defending himself already.
Yikes.
It's all right, he's very esports. Farlig clips Electronic, and the nade will follow up on to him, so he goes down outside pretty quickly. We've got a 4-4 game that's looking lovely now for Astralis as momentum builds. Glaive swings both directions. Maybe this is a map we should have Katie in here for. This one's looking like it's going to go further already. Brought him in like you said, thanks guys, just quick match, see you later. Simple.
He really earned his paycheck today.
Yeah, absolutely. Simple just absolutely smokes the head off of BlameF, but that's the only kill so far for Na'Vi.
Well, now that he's gone, Astralis seem to be finding their groove and fighting back, so Cadian might really be the Astralis curse. 5-4. 1 round lead for the Danes. Guns being picked up, though, from Na'Vi, so back to their full buys. That nade, pretty far away from Electronic, but little enough health that it does its job. Timeout taken from Na'Vi. Second one. They'll go back to the notes. This time it's Blade being vocal. Making some adjustments.
Yes, notes. The notes.
It was funny.
Yeah, I mean, what else? What were you expecting? Well, it actually says at this point in the round, if we split 1v2, this guy's going to go here, and then he's not going to give the game up to you.
No, he told me a little bit more. It's nothing crazy. I just didn't want to, talk about it on broadcast too much.
Fair.
Rather make it a funny story.
Yeah. You'll never get that same sort of satisfaction again if you were to, tell everyone what he told you. Nade to go to the door, that'll blow it out. Molotov goes through it, that'll cover off the main entrance. BlameF through the smoke outside already, while partially blind, takes down Electronic, and he had support in that play because he's not alone in that position. Config there, Zipix behind, he can still throw support flashes. They aren't gonna get away from it very easily. I take that back, they've got to smoke down. They lose only one. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but BlameF now in an unorthodox position. Could have potentially been more, I think, if you're gonna throw that much at it.
Ooh, hiding here. Hiding here, BlameF. Losing some patience, going for the... Oh, he's in trouble. He's in a whole lot of trouble. Backup coming. They want to fight to keep him alive. Simple, trying to pre-fire the angle. Oh, he runs out of bullets as well. Awkward battle. BlameF's going to win it out. He can actually back away now if he wants. He's being cautious, jiggle peeking and pre-firing. He knows there's one more. And BlameF is doing a great job of just being a force to be reckoned with outside. Bit, however, coming up from Secret. If Perfecto can hold on a little bit longer, Bit's gonna have a great backstab, but there's way too much aggression, way too much pressure. Here comes Bit. BlameF spins and looks.
Where's he going? Okay. BlameF to Bit. Zipix blinded and through the smoke. Shows off his telekinesis and game sense to get the kill.
Nice.
Maybe that's the problem. He's not challenged enough. That's why he didn't get enough kills on action. He needs to be blinded, smoked, standing in a Molotov.
Okay.
And
he rises to the occasion.
Exactly. He wouldn't be standing in the smoke and the Molotov because that's not possible, but he would shoot through the smoke while blinded, standing in the Molotov.
Yep. It's nice to see Astralis, after getting absolutely whooped on Ancient, to come back into this one and fight for presence outside and actually meet Na'Vi at the point of attack. And really being willing to battle. BlameF, I think he's 1-2 and lost a single exchange to Electronic outside so far, so doing a pretty good job, all things considered. And that means there's no more outside presence and control for Na'Vi. It's all down to 4 players heading towards ramp room. Zipix. We'll see if your theory's correct.
Well, the Molotov's down, but it's not for him. Farlig's gonna rotate over. Zipix. Who's going where, boys? Sort it out. Zipic's going to stay up toward the highway position. They're going to set up for a crossfire, so he'll bait them in. The big old fishing rod on Farlig. And I'm talking about his AWP, get your mind out of the gutter. Hits the shot on Simple, and actually Zipic's going to just push through. So getting a little bit aggressive on this. Thought maybe that they would try and allow him to get through, rather to try and counter that and push through. But Bit taking config is going to allow some sense of entry toward the upper bomb site. Look at this, though. Should be an easy free kill. At least one. Perfecto is going to be the victim. Sees the gun barrel. No mistake about it. And they follow that up with Farlig to get Bit through the wall.
Yeah, through the edge of the vent. Farlig knows the possibility as Boomich wraps around. Oh, he just drops.
Oh, that's so outrageous. Think he could still catch him off on this. No, he couldn't because he went to the hut instead. Farlig turns back and nails it.
That's unfortunate timing in pretty much every single way for Boomich.
Yep, that really is.
Nothing could have gone worse for Boomich in that situation. 7-4, 3-round lead, 7 straight as well for Astralis. Awesome to see. 16 kills for BlameF, flexing, which is also cool in its own way. Because remember, like when he was on the Complexity roster, when he was the juggernaut iteration of Complexity, Nuke was one of the maps where he was extremely good for the squad. Nice to see that standing true here on Astralis, at least in this match right now.
Glaive with a number of smokes in front of him, trying to find an angle. The one gap in the smoke, and that's where they meet, but Glaive gets the better of Bit. BlameF has to fade off inside of the entranceway. Farlig. All right.
Challenge.
Where are those? This guy's worse than Lucky fans now, huh? Looking aggressive. No offense, Lucky, love you. But Farlig looking pretty solid right now in this game.
Yeah. Cool to see. Like, and the whole conversation around Farlig is that he likes to be a little bit more aggressive, and it's nice to see it coming to fruition here. Nice double kill. Also, that's the second time Bit has had that. Galil is able to get a headshot, but can't actually complete the frag. Electronic in the door. Grabs one. 4 more to find. Bomb picked up. Minute left on the clock. Nice kill on top of Hut. Ooh, the follow-up would have been great. He actually brings BlameF very low, 24 HP. But BlameF himself gets up to 17 frags. 8-4, 8 straight.
Eight straight indeed. Love this through the smoke config, never even giving up consideration of the close right position. Electronic did all right there. That actually didn't look that bad from this perspective we saw. It was obviously a body shot, not a thing, so it didn't throw his aim off. But yeah, he did do damage. Got him down, I think, to 28 in the end. Boomich outside to take the skylights out. We'll get ready with a Molotov. That goes toward the top of the hut.
Upper set piece coming in. Follow-up Molotov on top of the hut. Here we go. Molotov as well, though, right in the entrance of the hut, and that means nobody can get out. They're slowed down, which gives Glaive plenty of freedom and plenty of safety, although he's brought low. Now he's feeling the pressure. No one here to help him out just yet. Oh, perfecto. That's so many bullets missed on a low HP player. That would have been a fantastic kill to have, because that would have kept the attention at the upper bomb site. Electronic on the lurk, transfers over, dink, but no kill. It's all on Simple. 1 versus 3 in 2 extremely low HP opponents.
Simple starting to get toward the ramp. Open the doors at control to give the sense of a possible different approach, and he actually caught off Zipic's, who was staring it down. Now, he was low HP. That's going to give away the game. You can see how tentative and slow they were clearing the back stairs, though, with those doors open. That gave him the time to isolate Zipic's. Trajectory of the nade. Knows one at least was on the stairs, but he'll hear him running back. That's the low HP player. Simple's going to follow it. Oh, he's buying so much time for himself. Follows the footsteps away, knowing that they're going back down to the door. He's hit Farlig, and he might not be done with this round yet. Simple with all 3, and it's the round to Na'Vi.
That's absolutely beautiful. You're exactly right. Just the broken window, the door opening, bought him time to get aggressive towards ramp room, finds that kill. Magnificent clutch from Simple. And boy, did they need it. That stops an 8-0 run for Astralis. Gets Na'Vi back on the board, finally, with their 5th round. One more great clutch.
This is so smart the whole way through. Like, that is so smart. Everything he did, just enough. Like, slows them down by opening the doors. Kills Zipic's. Oh, you kind of want to throw a nade through and then run back down? Cool, I'll just follow you. That's so sick.
Even at the point he jumps into the window, there's barely any time left on the clock. Electronic not able to get anything done again, this time outside. Glaive finds him through the smoke. And Boomich is going to take up that position of trying to harass and harangue the defense in the outer yard. Smoke starting to clear, and Farlig's got him. Oh, just a half second late. 5-on-3.
You take a nade, you take the bomb. All right, sir. Simple's gonna head over toward the ramp room, covers off the back box. We know that Farlig has been there with the AWP, is there with the AWP, but could not collect the shot onto Simple.
Direct counter, Glaive drops the Molotov, drops the smoke. That's gotta make Na'Vi very sad, extremely sad. They wanted to come outdoor, but there's no access, and Config a Molotov in towards Hut as well. Astralis holding on to some utility. It's having great effect here to make sure Na'Vi can't get back into this round. They are locked out of the bomb site. They've used a smoke, they've used a Molotov. They now no longer have a smoke to use for Mini. So they gotta get it done the hard way. One more Molotov towards the vent in case any defenders slid into that position during their absence. They know one position on top of Hut. That means Glaive and BlameF can combine to be aggressive and double peek door. It's time to save. Save for the last round. Simple can drop one. 5 is doable, but this has not been a pretty half for Na'Vi in any way.
Simple waiting for them to come back up. You're right, it hasn't been an easy half at all. Simple's gonna get 2 further kills, but really at this point, they're just to keep guns in the hands for his teammates. The money is dwindling. They have a little bit left to buy and pass that around. Spread the wealth. But yeah, Astralis looking a much, much better team this game. I mean, I know it's the CT side of Nuke, but even still, they've looked better in the duels. They're actually communicating and getting crossfires and trades. Looking pretty good. And they lost the pistol as well.
Yeah, I mean, this does, I mean, obviously, you really only have up to go after that Ancient, but this does look like a whole new team. Good stuff from Astralis. Electronic an opening kill, just bum rushing the upper bomb site. That, I think, is going to cause a decent amount of utility to be spent by the upper defenders, as they got to be worried that more is coming. But the rest of Na'Vi have slowed things down. Happy to just take the one-man advantage. Perfecto burns down to 50 HP. Minute and 25 seconds left on the clock.
Farlig holding and staring down toward the main entrance. Into lobby, but no one there yet. Lobby just taking all the time available to them to reset outside. Good positioning from BlameF to be forward, but it is very much an isolated position. There's no support for him. Farlig does eventually get the kill he was looking for. Smokes it off as well. BlameF, was he spotted? He absolutely was. Boomich saw him transferring over and nails the shot. That'll force one player, at least from Astralis, to have to back off and consider that entrance position. Can't shrink the map nearly as much as they wanted to.
Perfecto and Boomich with the 2 AK-47s. Bit still on that Galil, that poor Galil that has caused him so much suffering in this half. Perfecto's just waiting in lobby. Here comes the cross. No eyes on it. They've got to risk everything. Farlig remaining aggressive, spots one. And Perfecto's gonna look for the push. He's gonna get it. Gun barrel shows. I don't think Farlig realized that he was spotted out. 7 seconds left on the clock. Perfecto, he doesn't have to really move. He can just hold off on vent. He spots one more, goes for the fight. Bomb is being planted. Xyp9x is here quick, but his teammate is not. His teammate is far away, and that leaves Glaive in a 1 versus 2. Xyp9x thought maybe he had the time to push forward to stop the plant and just win the round outright by time. And that's left Glaive in a tough situation. Doors are open. He's been spotted out. Boomich and Bit, plenty of time to set up a crossfire that there's no way Glaive is going to be able to bust open. And he knows it. He's hoping for a mistake. He's hoping to draw someone out in the open, and it's just not going to happen. Boomich is going to get the final kill, and Na'Vi have a tough time in the middle portion of the half, but they managed to scrape together 6 rounds. Not bad. Headed to a break. We'll see if Astralis can continue the series or if Na'Vi's going to end it.
this to yourself. It's extremely dangerous.
Cage and Face Off. Castor
That
Troy.
is literally the worst movie in the entire world.
It's so good.
It's so bad.
He's just not a man of
watching it.
culture is what
Dude,
it is.
I went back and was like, I'm going to watch this again after
so
so many
good.
years. And at like 20 minutes into the plane, I wanted to vomit and I turned it off.
How can you not appreciate that movie
It's so
for the
bad.
masterpiece that it is?
It's so bad. Please, children, if you've never watched it, don't. You will waste that amount of time of your life. And I couldn't wish that upon anyone.
That movie is the pinnacle of Nicolas Cage's career.
Yeah, well, that sucks because it seems like he had a pretty shitty career then, didn't it? Look at this stack as they wait for them to try and push. Why not?
He bought 11 castles, Matt. He did not have a bad career. Maybe bad investment
Astralis
advice.
just trying to keep the camaraderie high right now, trying to bait them in.
Yeah, it's hoping for some. You're hoping that someone's gonna push up into it and just see if you
them a
get
rifle.
see if you can get a kill. You know it's very unlikely, but maybe.
I'll send Glaive to make some noise elsewhere just in case that will encourage them to push outside. I would say Gone in 60 Seconds is Nicolas Cage's best.
That's a good shout. Gone in 60 Seconds is pretty legit.
And then you've got Face Off and Hellboy.
Nicolas Cage was in Hellboy?
What's the one with the motorbike that he rides and his head's on
Oh,
fire?
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider.
That was atrocious.
Whatever. Yeah.
All right, Bit. Holding a nade out. It's going to go a little deep. Decent. Actually, really good, nice damage on the far leg and Zipix. Blamef brought down to 80s. Everyone softened up. Simple is here for the lineup. The transfer over as Glaive jumps across. Simple has to do a little bit of skeet shooting. Config, the last one left with just a Glock, and Simple's at 23 HP. He's not even going to risk the rifle. His teammate will take care of it. So 4 frags for Simple. No ace. And Navi is within 1.
Yep, back into it just like that by way of pistol. They won 4 straight in the first half, just to note with that pistol round, and then it was only until rounds 13 and 15 that they won the next ones that they did. So they'll try and at least do that this half, and probably hope to go a little better. Tomorrow, remember, all 3 matchups happen at the exact same time, Jason. The reason for that is in a round robin, there is win conditions and lose conditions that therefore could determine who goes through. It may not even determine your own fate, but you could then influence the bracket based on who you want to go through, and they don't want anyone to have that sort of control, so everyone plays at the same time and don't know the results from one another. So, yeah, tomorrow night's matchup at the same time slot as this one is now, just so you know. It's the 1930 CET start. I'm sure they'll tell you all about it on the desk.
Yeah. Get the next day's schedule up there. Ooh, over the top. That's going to activate Electronic, who's close up. That wasn't nearly as effective as it felt like it was going to be. That's actually a pretty cool setup to do with that position from Simple. Unfortunately, an early dink onto Electronic means he wants to back away, a little bit scared. Bit's going to chuck out a flashbang and just back down. He's only got an SMG. He can feel the pressure coming. He wants nothing to do with it, so we'll call it out to the squad and play the round safe. I think Perfecto might have spotted like a toe last second. But look at what he's considering. He's got to watch two different things. They don't have anyone outside. He's so paranoid at the moment.
Flash goes in toward Blame F. Goes too deep, though. They're going to push this? I don't think so. Nuh-uh. Blame F with the kill. Perfecto, the next in line. He's going to smoke that position swing. Smoke already blooming. You can hear the footsteps going backwards. Sprays, but can't find. Needs to get the reload. It doesn't even matter. They're going to swing in from Squeaky instead, completely surrounding the site. The bomb to go down, and I think this is a double-digit scoreline. 10-8 for favor of Astralis.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. 2-round lead for Astralis. They get their first gun round on the board. There's money for Na'Vi to play with in the next round, so we're going to see another buy come in, especially if Simple and Bit can hang on to these weapons. I don't see any reason why Astralis would want to go for the hunt whatsoever. So, Nuke is at least interesting. Astralis was Ancient was a smashing, but this map now, a close affair where Na'Vi's going to have a little bit of a comeback, and we saw them kind of put in some pressure situations on certain maps throughout this group stage before Boomich joined. Another comeback is going to be in the cards for Na'Vi if they want to close out the series in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So at least getting a bit of a challenge from this game. Of course, they have the heroic matchup, as we mentioned with Katie and on the broadcast in the previous map. Tomorrow, that is their head-to-head. And that'll be a banger of a match, I'm sure. The other matches, just note, Astralis will play Complexity and EG will play the Go. Bit already at the doorway. Glaive's already out. They're going, and Boomich is not aware already. Couldn't decide which way to look. Perfecto only with one. Xyp9x has the other, but Perfecto steps up. The M4A4. Happy to have those extra bullets, perhaps, as they try to run him down, but Xyp9x does sneak in behind and manages the kill. Simple. My goodness, stuck inside a mini, no escape now, locked against the wall. They'll take him out of the rounds, and a round indeed. Astralis looking like they're going to make this 11-8.
Yeah, and at least this time as well, they're taking all the weapons away from Na'Vi, so no chance for anyone to be able to drop rifles over and force out some kind of a buy. Bit just flirting with the idea. I'm gonna back off. Blame F looking to cut him off from retreat, but Bit's heading towards ramp room. 3-round lead now, yeah, and economic control as well. And I mean, remember on Ancient too, it was like crazy recoveries from guys like Simple and guys like Electronic. Simple with some timely triple kills. They won a 2v5. Every time Astralis got an advantage, someone was in a perfect position to take it away from them. Here, it's a little bit more quiet from the Na'Vi guys on an individual level. I mean, Simple's still playing very well, but there's no incredible heroics. And actually, when I say Simple's playing very well, he's got 23 kills. His next closest teammate has 9. That's Boomich.
Yeah, that's almost config levels of Astralis on Ancient.
Yep, so Simple's kind of in hard carry mode and trying to keep his team in this game while the rest of his mates wake up and show up for the fight. Doing his best. But while this is happening, while the other 4 have been lulled to sleep, Astralis is taking a commanding lead. Commanding lead.
Drop down. No, he saw the foot. Yeah, Blame F saw it. So Boomich has been spotted. Okay, he has, in turn, Blame F been spotted by Electronic, and that is a lovely deagle shot.
I'll see your spot and I'll raise you. A deagle headshot.
I like to put an E on the end of it, pronounce it Degal. I think it sounds pretty cool.
It doesn't.
It's a Joe Dirt reference.
Okay. Don't ever try and tell me Face Off's a bad movie right before a Joe Dirt reference.
Joe Dirt is a way better movie than
Simple.
Face Off. I was even about to say that to you, okay?
Is just
I would rather
chilling.
carry around a giant space turd than watch Face Off.
Perfecto in the upper bomb site. Boomich is rotating back. Simple still alive. He knows one made it down already. Config looking for someone he can battle. Unfortunately, they don't even really need to deal with Simple. They can just leave him parked there behind the box. They're planning at the upper site. Boomich is rotating up secret. This round should be done and dusted. I think Boomich is trying to go for the AK-47. Oh, interesting. If he can get this kill, they might actually be pulled into this retake. They might actually be able to do this. Oh, that's unfortunate. Needed one more bullet because Simple was coming in on the flank with an AK-47. That would have been very, very interesting if this had turned into a 2-on-2 because there's plenty of time left in the bomb.
He will work back toward the T-spawn to save the weapon. We're going to have 12 now for Astralis. This isn't looking good if you're Na'Vi. After the way the last map went, thought this would be a walk in the park. Not the first time in this group that they've dominated the opening game and then struggled in the second. You go back to day one, the huge amount of overtimes against AGO.
Yeah.
After beating them 16-1. The day after, against Complexity, they played a huge opening game and then still struggled to close that one out as well.
Alrighty then, both teams looking to take their opponent's map pick. Astralis has got out to a big lead, but they've done it off the back of a few rounds like this of unarmored pistols. Na'Vi's going to get back to the buy right now. They've been able to handle these rounds pretty well. Interestingly enough, Simple had the money for an AWP, but he's going to choose to keep the AK-47 he brought into this round. So all rifle setup for Na'Vi. But they need to get started right now. Blade having a chat. Reading from his notes. Here we go, round 21. Perfecto a little bit light on nades. Molotov smoke bit as well is just going to have the one smoke, and Simple the sole kit on the entire CT side. So keep your eyes on that. If there's a retake scenario, that's going to be the all-important kit that Na'Vi's going to have to keep track of. Electronic out in the open over the top, can't complete the kill, but he's done good damage on a Config. He's at least taken away the route that Config wanted to run.
Farlig looking for an angle outside. And Electronic is the one that would be on the receiving end of it as he tries to put himself back into a position of relevancy to watch the big red box. What's in the box? Nice nade Config. Tagged to 22.
That's a nice player to be forced to make passive just due to the damage that you've dealt to him. That's got to be comforting. Oh, good timing on the spam. Even getting some chip damage onto Farlig. There goes Config, finally cleaned up by Simple through the smoke. Yes, it is, and they need a lot more players to survive all the way through the round. That was one Simple might want to have back. Good shot from Farlig over the top, and BlameF still waiting outside of lobby as well.
Yeah, Simple gave himself away on that one. Sprayed in and just above the smoke on top of the crate. Farlig was easily able to pick him off.
Astralis is going to have this round is tough. They've got 4 flashbangs and a Molotov. They don't have any smokes to help them really feel comfortable getting into the lower bomb site. So it's going to be difficult for them to break in. Even if they wanted to come back up secret to readjust to the upper bomb site, they don't really have anything to help them cross over. So BlameF is going to have to be super impactful on this lurk. And Bit in the lower bomb site has got a kill. So does Electronic. Bit goes down. Farlig the last one remaining. It's 8 seconds left. The bomb will not get planted.
It was a good try, Jason.
Yeah.
Covered your bases there. Will not get it. So 12-9, Na'Vi at least get one more back on the board. That is surprisingly their first since the pistol. I mentioned that they got 4 straight after pistol first half, and then it took them around 13-15. This time they only got 2, but they answer back sooner, so still a chance to claw back into this game. For Astralis, they look pretty solid. I mean, you had that run of 8 rounds in a row in the first half.
Yeah, 9 of 10 as well.
Exactly. I mean, it would be disappointing to let Na'Vi back into this. BlameF doesn't want to give them any time for that. Flash came in late, but it works as Glaive is the one to throw it. Xyp9x already has Perfecto and Simple forced off the angle upper already with the AWP. Electronic completely locked out of the site. That was fast from Astralis.
Yeah, nice change of pace. And if they don't give any mistakes over early on after this bomb gets planted, I think Na'Vi's going to want to call for the save perhaps, just because losing all this now would be brutal at this stage of the game. They need these weapons to fight for it. Good kill from Electronic. That might pull them forward, but he's, I think, too low HP. Yeah, Na'Vi finding some secure positions to keep these weapons in hand for round 23, but that's going to put Astralis on 13, inching closer to a third map, inching closer to Inferno.
Yeah, we are getting very close to Inferno now. And wouldn't that really just catch things on fire in the series? So, Xepic pretty solid this game. I know the memes were coming in thick and fast in Twitch chat last game, but looking much, much more the part of Entry this time by. It's only 11 kills, but they're all pretty substantial.
4-round deficit for Na'Vi. Electronic outside, the only one. Simple up in heaven at the beginning, shifting between locations. He's the most mobile player on the defense, and Electronics have a late push outside. Ooh, he's giving up his position. Gotta get away, gotta get back, and he just makes it. Glaive couldn't get there in time. Config had to be cautious in case there was backup for Electronic. So no punish just yet. Now, they might think he went in towards Mini. Simple's actually gonna swap positions, or at least come outside to put that op in position to help out.
Simple still searching for an opening. So considering the fast pace of the last round, we're down to a minute this time, and there's been no damage dealt either. Well, I'd take it back. Xepic is 97, all right? But you get my point. There's been no damage dealt either direction. Fireleague as well.
One of the things that made the first half so difficult for Na'Vi was the fact that Astralis was able to hold on to some Molotovs to stop these kinds of late-round executes, mid- and late-round executes that were coming in. Na'Vi don't have that luxury just by virtue of the fact that their economy is crap. It's been beaten up, it's been busted a number of times from Astralis, so they're still trying to get into some comfort so that they can have all those tools to keep themselves alive in these CT rounds.
Blameaf trying to find that angle. Smoke to go cover the main entrance. They'll drop a Molotov back down on top of the HUD as well. Blameaf's going to win Electronics battle as he's forced out of position, forced out of the corner. Perfecto! He's only got one. He can only look one direction at a time, and they come around from both sides. Simple on the flank. They know he's here, though, because he's already taken one shot. Bomb to be planted. Smoke goes out. He's unaware of the fact that they're staring him down from the box in the corner, and Config wins that. Astralis wins the round. We are 2 from the finish of this map.
Yeah, if you're going to win a round like that, it's simple. You got to take a risk somewhere, and unfortunately, it was just the wrong one. Config lying in wait in the corner. It's an easy kill, and final timeout taken from Na'Vi. One last conversation with Blade to try and recover this. Now, I mean, look, this is still doable. Like, they're only 5 rounds away. They can easily close that gap pretty quick. The problem is just by eye test throughout this half. Astralis is getting the opening kills now. They're making good calls, good reads, playing strong Counter-Strike. They're not dropping the ball. They're not missing any details. So Astralis is just playing very, very well at the moment. And I think Na'Vi would love to have a reprieve where they maybe get to go up against Pistols, half-buys. They're just far away from that point at the moment. Gotta be happy if you're Glaive and Astralis. The kind of bounce back you're showing after getting wiped out of Ancient is admirable.
Blameaf. Glaive's already outside, that wall smoke down. He's going to try and pursue the position of Simple, who's on an AUG of all things, trying to use that outside position, but very limited in his angles and range this time. Glaive, cat and mouse, knows that he's likely there, and he wins the exchange. The slow fire rate of the AUG can be difficult, if not menacing, when you do not get the opening shot or the angle in the lineup you want. Down to 4 HP is Glaive. He'll go back and flash Mini to support his teammates, but still holds the stairwell in case they want to go back that direction, because right now they're still splitting the map. They're actually going to try and pursue the ramp bit. Thinks and knows they could be going that direction. They could be wrapping outside. He's not wrong. Config's there, but that exposes the backside. Blameaf doesn't want to make noise, but wants to close that gap, so knife walks across the floor, and an easy kill when he gets the catch at tap. See ya.
Yeah, Strauss is getting all the reads right now. This is great. This has been a good showing, except for that read. Good shot from Electronic from beneath. Config never expected it whatsoever. Boomich is going to be down here. Great Molotov, but he's close enough to step in front. I think the tick of the Molotov might have given him away, but BlameF couldn't control the recoil as he jumps through the window. 3-on-2, and Electronic goes down next. He was on point on Ancient. Here he's getting shut down. Xyp9x and Farlig to defend. No kit. Here we go.
They ran a gun in as well. They actually checked it, but they saw and could not deliver. As Farlig was able to isolate one, it's going to be map point for Astralis. A desperate attempt to get back inside of the site, you have to say. But man, oh man, this is looking really solid all of a sudden. Where did this come from?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Na'Vi as well, I mean, you're obviously gonna be a little bit bummed. Watching, I'm not super disappointed. They've made some of these rounds very close, but Astralis is playing really good in the late rounds. In some of these clutches situations in the second half, Astralis has just been on point in the 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s. Some nice calling as well coming out from Glaive. What can you do? 6 rounds in a row Na'Vi needs to force overtime on map 2 to deny Inferno over to Astralis, or at least take us to overtime to potentially deny the map. BlameF over the top, gets dinked up, playing a dangerous game, especially against that SMG, just chucking bullets into the smoke.
Simple just waiting it out. Clever little angle, I have to say, to look into the lobby.
A tough angle with a FAMAS, though. Very tough angle, very narrow one, and obviously a headshot's not going to complete things. It's been spotted out. BlameF calls out the boost, calls out 2 players in that position. 40 seconds on the clock now as Boomich jumps up on Hut. All 5 players in lobby for Astralis.
Bouncing the utility off the walls through the door. Bit on his own has to drop away. Stay alive, stay efficient, and try and find a better angle. They know that he's doing so, and they're not actually going to go after it. They just want to force the CTs into uncomfortable positions. But uncomfortably, Perfecto has made his way into the lobby. 2 kills on the very powerful UMP. Oh. My goodness, Glaive not easily able to walk through the door, though the shot does come back. The problem now is that Simple's left on 24. Just enough time that bomb is going to be planted, and Farlig has 81. The new recruits versus the wily old fox, and Simple is rotating back around. He wants to get up above. He wants to go up the ladder to try and take this site back. Farlig on top of the hut. How does he anticipate this? How does he get the read? Does he consider looking that direction at the right time? And Simple's arrived up top. Easy shot, surely. Easy indeed. Oh, he went for the spray rather than tap, but he'll get it. And we're not done yet. 15-10.
Another just brilliant mind game clutch from Simple. That's 2 in this map, but it's really not enough to keep them in it. That time, giving the footsteps away like he's flanking lobby. Plenty of time in the bomb timer for him to walk all the way back around towards heaven. And Farlig, that's a tough one to read. You think Simple's just being patient, hoping you're going to peek, but completely new angle. He gets a freebie. So Simple with 2 magnificent clutches and 28 kills. He's doubled up his next closest teammate of Electronic with 14. On the other side of things, it's BlameF continuing to have a good game. 24 and 14 for him, 20 kills on Glaive. And Na'Vi looking for 5 more straight to take us to overtime.
Not out of the realm of possibility, but the unlikeliness is certainly apparent. Perfecto did a brilliant job of getting inside of the lobby after they tried to fake over toward the ramp.
Needed it as well. There were, at that point in the round, there were no kits and there was no utility on Na'Vi. Multiple SMGs, and just Astralis trying to get a little bit creative with the timer running down. Didn't want to mess with any kind of defense that had rotated down low. They were hoping that they had pulled Na'Vi into an over-rotation to the lower bomb site that could take advantage of in upper, but not the case with Perfecto pushed into lobby.
Electronic up close. Watch that gun barrel. They're gonna run by him. So they haven't spotted him at all yet, and they're gonna think this is safe. This could be massive. That last player, Farlig, had to fire at him. Now they know, and they're not gone yet.
It's a silencer, man. It's so strong.
Yeah, apparently he didn't call that out. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's hard to tell as that smoke's clearing where that's coming from. Maybe you're thinking you're just getting shot from credit, from blue box, from warehouse. It could have been anywhere in theory. So yeah, silencer does its job. A little bit of confusion the Astralis side, and Electronics able to get away with 2.
Oh, bit. Xyp9x had nowhere to hide. Just stuck against the wall. He'll get nailed to it, and it's all on blameF. Press F on Simple's head.
I don't really have any statistics or anything to back this up in this game, but one thing that I feel like, I don't know if my brain's just only noticing it when it's happening, but someone like Bit with like one of the super high headshot percentages, I feel like most of the time in the first half I saw him with the Galil. He's been playing with a lot of SMGs in the second half due to the economy situation for Na'Vi. Now he's got a FAMAS as well, and I want to be like, someone just give him like an AK-47.
Oh no, hang on.
Yep.
4 kills, all headshots, oh my God. blameF could have clutched out the game right there.
Yeah, he could have. Nice try from blameF. 15-11. And look, even like it's not going to feel great. 4 kills from blameF. You're keeping the money in such a weird spot. This has been a very tough half for Na'Vi on the CT side. They have not had a whole lot of resources. They have not had a whole lot of rounds that they've been able to play in a row where they've had everything they've wanted between nades, between an AWP, between M4s. It's been very scrappy buys with frequency for Na'Vi. Again, 3 SMGs. FAMAS on Bit.
Simple. MP9 to try and do any damage that he potentially can through the doorway. The long shot this time, not silenced. But straight as it takes out Config, blameF will get the shot back onto him. blameF sneaking back through the lobby, trying not to give anything away as Boomich gets close. And you're right, look at the damage that blameF did economically. It's just catastrophic for Na'Vi. They could have had a very efficient round there. Could have had all 5 staying alive, well, 4 at least as the situation were, but...
Oh, no way. The hot hand contact play out. Squeak door, Perfecto's caught. Boomich has control of Hut, though. But does that actually amount to anything? Can that actually pull them into a victory? Glaive... Oh, little one tap, but it's given away his position for Bit, and now he can toy with them. He has to delay as long as possible. Simple walking in has got 1. He's traded off immediately. It's all on Bit. He knows the position of Glaive. He knows where he was. Just Glaive, play this. Ooh.
Do not get caught with a nade out at this point in time. Not when you know he's already gotten them for the tap with the P250. This is smart from Glaive. Took advantage of pushing him back in that corner, seeing that he was reloading runs, and he's picked up an MP9, which is absolutely deadly against Bit's 49 HP. Smoke's gonna try and cover. He's through it. He's heard, though, and Bit will keep this game alive. We go 15-12.
That took all 6 bullets left in the magazine for Bit to get that one. 1 shot missed, and it would have been the end of the map. 15-12, 3 more chances for Astralis to take us to map 3. And again, down to just 1 player surviving. It's just so brutal. Plant is going to help Astralis, though, put together a bit of a stronger buy. They did invest a little bit in the previous round to make sure they had some elements of danger. 1 for 1 outside to start the round. Awkward collection situation for Bit, but he handles it well.
Not done yet. Glaive trying to dig deep to get this one over the line. There will be better weaponry this time for Na'Vi. Presumably Boomich will have a gun on the ground. We don't see it yet, but I'll update you in that as soon as he picks it up. MP9, interesting. Okay, so we had 4 grand, but they elect to bring out the greater utility. 2 kits in play. Perfecto and Bit. Electronic spamming the door. Simple's outside this time on the AWP. Jumps to see if anyone's atop Asylum. No one is yet. Corner smoke and deep onto Secret. We haven't seen them go that way in a while, but it's certainly going to force the rifle at Mini off that position, and Simple's going to rotate all the way back over toward Heaven so that he's got an elongated angle on this. So setting for an execution. 2 to bust out the hut.
No counter utility really for Na'Vi to slow it down either. Electronic does have a smoke. He's playing behind the vent, so if he gets mollied off, or he could just put that down in front of the door. But nothing to make this all that disjointed. Here we go.
Perfecto's the one above, though. He gets only one. He looks straight down, but the flashes rain in front of his vision. It's Electronic that has to turn, swivel, and pivot on the site to find kills. He manages to do so. That lets Simple get Farlig, and it's all on to Xyp9x. With 38 seconds, he finds himself in a 1-on-3 bomb nowhere near the site, as it is at least in his hands, but not near being planted, as he'll go back toward the door. Boomich is the one that's watching it. Now he knows he's above. He'll stagger the peak. And without the rafters being playable on this side, hasn't been for quite some time, remember, it's more difficult for the Heaven to respond. So he's trying to isolate that shot before getting counter-peaked or getting doubled, but they're going to back off, so he has to go wide, and when he does, they greet him with a bullet.
Uh-oh. Defense starting to look strong. Defense starting to hold these bomb sites, and now they've got the money. Now they're flush with cash. They can rebuy all the Molotovs and all the smokes and all the nades. Gets harder for Astralis. They do have the full losing bonus. I think this is going to be a half buy of some sort. Armor, upgraded pistols, Tech 9s and Deagles, a little bit of light utility. And the final round will be a full buy, unless they can pull it off right here, right now. 15-13. Na'Vi has won 4 in a row. Simple on 30 kills. Outside with the AWP. Glaive in the smoke.
Electronic up to 18 as well. He's stepped up quite a lot. We'll see if he's got anything this time as well, playing inside of that smoke at Annex. Simple way off the angle as they've taken so much control with these smokes down. They're going to go into the garage now. Now that's interesting because the Tech 9s going to be very powerful against Electronic's position, but Simple with the op.
It's just one, and we've seen this T-half from Astralis. They've had a couple times where they've had some late flanks in. I'm actually surprised Glaive gave it up there, but he is causing chaos. He is causing some confusion in the defense and probably forcing out some rotations. Bit is peeled away from ramp room to help come deal with this. Oh, that's huge. That is so massive. Perfecto trades back, but Config with another one. And uh-oh, here we go. This is not good for Na'Vi.
Oh me, oh my. Simple removed. Config the follow-up. AWP in their hands. Boomich has already gone running, trying to swarm this lower bomb site. And here comes the play. Farlig trades again, but bomb dropped temporarily. Boomich knows where it has gone down. They don't yet know where Config is coming with that AWP. And Boomich not seeing anything once those doors shut, so he can make a play confidently on either side. Bomb will get safely put down on the site. This is difficult. This is desperate. Perfecto holds out on Blamef, who gets aggressive. Second player spotted. And Boomich just trying to keep himself in contention here, not to be isolated. Farlig, he wants to play it on the door so that when it opens, Boomich will be on the other side, but he gets the read instead. It's all down to that AWP that was picked up from Simple, and it's not going to get the kill. The defuse to come in. We have used all 30 rounds.
Crazy little retake. We said that Astralis had been playing some of these late rounds so well. I think this one got away with them. A few little mistakes there, I think, cost them dearly in a 3-on-2 post-plant situation. Na'Vi is still alive. However, that was just kind of the cherry on top for Astralis. That was a round that they weren't necessarily meant to win, but they still made it competitive. Now you get the real buy from Astralis. Now you get the AK-47s. You have Farlig on the AWP. Both teams full utility. There's 3 kits on the Na'Vi side as well, so they're starting to feel pretty good. One final round. Overtimer map 3.
Inferno relation. Na'Vi going to be trying desperately to get this wrapped up as Electronic sits down below Config. He jumped in. There was a lot of utility. I don't think Electronic would have heard that. He is still playing a passive position, but he's got eyes in both directions because that squeaky doorway has certainly been a problem. They've got 3 down the stairs already.
Yeah, well, they got Simple down the stairs.
Flash over.
You've got 3. What do we have? Simple.
I don't think it is this simple. Is there, oh, okay, maybe it is. They walked out, but that is a lovely shot to trade it back. Glaive with accuracy as ever. And now Config strikes dropping down. Electronic trades that. We sit to a 3-on-3, but Blamef finds him and the bomb downstairs. Bit's gonna get caught out. He walked too far forward. And Inferno looking likely because Perfecto is far from the picture.
Yeah, he's way out of position, and you could see Astralis had so much space on the map. They had so many players in a perfect spot to cut off rotations towards Mini. Absolutely perfect. No one able to get down vents to help out, and they lose too many players. Perfecto, this would be something special. He has that kit, as we mentioned, but only the one flashbang Turning the corner. Looking for a mistake, looking to grab one.
They're not going to peek.
Not this time. They learned their lesson in the previous round.
Quick peek, and down he goes. Trying to break out the window. blameF confirms it. What a turnaround from Astralis, who were absolutely nowhere on map 1. But Jason, they've come back 16-14 on Nuke.
Yes, they do, and we've got Heku ready for the interview with the map 2 winners.
Heku.
Yeah, I will have Glaive right now here just in a moment. Glaive, you just won Nuke, but once again we saw a situation where like you get to 15 rounds and all of a sudden your opponents are getting a comeback. Like, did you already manage to figure out what exactly is causing this?
No, I don't really think so. I think we tried both things, tried to play fast and we tried to play it a bit slower, and yeah, both things hasn't been doing so well for us, but at least we get to 15, but we want to be able to close it out, of course, but we need to have a look at what we can do better with that.
Against Dago, you decide to ban Vertigo because you want to kind of have control over the veto. Is that also like the reason why you decide to ban Dust2 against Na'Vi, just like to be able to predict all of the maps that are going to be played today?
Yeah, of course. I think Na'Vi is a really good Dust2 team, and yeah, so that's why we banned it.
Well, the thing is, when it comes to Inferno, we actually did not see you play Inferno on this tournament, and we didn't see Na'Vi do it. But do you think that you actually have an advantage because they didn't see Farlig on this map in your team?
I don't think so. I think it's the same for both of us, to be honest. I mean, they just played a lot of games with the Hetrick, or 3 games, and yeah, it's also maybe they changed some stuff with Boomblock coming in and stuff. He has another system, and he's calling in another way than maybe, I don't know who was calling before, maybe Electronic or someone. So everything is getting a bit messy when you're changing players, and it goes both ways.
Will it be important for you to start like on the C2T side?
No, not really. But let's get to 15 and lose.
Hopefully that's not going to happen. Thank you very much, Cliff.
Give me reasons to doubt, try to keep me down, but I'll put the flame out, you can't get to me. Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all of my bones, you won't ache my soul, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out, you can't get to me. Say what you wanna say, go take it all away. But I'm here to stay, no, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight.
Until I felt like Na'Vi, they got a little bit of second win. Bit coming in very clutch, back-to-back, Simple dropping over 30 kills. But in the end, Maui, Astralis did what you thought they might do.
I thought this could have been a 2-0 for Astralis. Like, that's what I was saying in the pregame. I thought it could have been Astralis' map here. They were able to win it. I really am impressed with the calling, though, from Glaive. I think that it was incredibly pragmatic with his approach, didn't overcomplicate too many things, and there was just the right amount of misdirection to actually make Na'Vi uncomfortable. And you could see in some of those rounds, Na'Vi, they didn't know what was going on with Astralis.
Yeah, that's, I think, something which is very jarring for me as well, was when it came to the second half, watching Na'Vi CD side. A team this good on the defense side of Nuke at one point called the best CD-sided team on Nuke.
Yeah.
Looking so discombobulated at the time, disjointed. It seems like it looked like the comms were off, or there was some disconnection between the players. I'm not able to quite put my finger on what exactly the problem was, but you could see Glaive did a fantastic job exploiting that.
We just had Blame F's highlights up on screen, 32 frags when he finished out. But for now, let's take a look at a good round that illustrates that T-side of Astralis, round 23.
Yeah, so this is going to be a round in which Astralis just go for a slower default. You see when they're actually starting the hit here, there's 25 seconds left on the clock. Na'Vi aren't really sure what's going on with the play. They're desperate to try to get back into it as Boomich tries to run through a smoke, and these flashes into the site are everything. Astralis just get in. The players from Na'Vi are either half blind, they're out of position, whatever it is. These hits, this was the bread and butter of Astralis' offense. This hit, this A exec essentially, was what they made Na'Vi have to fear in every single round. So they always had to play a little bit heavier on A, and even sometimes when they did, they still lost it.
And you can even take a look at it, like, not just this round, but you can go back and watch his demo, watch similar rounds as well. You see, like, the pathing coming in from the Astralis players, the angles each player is supposed to check. It was just so well coordinated. And even though Na'Vi might be ready for it, even though they were total up on the side, sure, they'd get a kill, but they'd be traded. And then it'd be a 2v3, a 3v2 situation, bombs down. And again, Astralis playing those late round scenarios to almost perfection.
Yeah, we're going to get Simple's highlights up on screen now. He finished with 31 frags. I mean, Electronic with 20, but yeah, Simple was just so far ahead of the pack there. What could Na'Vi have done better across Nuke?
It's difficult to say, Paula, one thing that the rest of the players from Na'Vi could have done, because really, I think that Astralis just played a really fantastic T-side, and I really think that when you're targeting a bomb site that heavily, I think they ran at least 3 A executes in this game, at least on that half. There's just, you have to just, as CT side players, just be able to find space, find ways to throw your counter utility perfectly and play off of each other. But sometimes the A execs on Nuke can simply be too strong. Sometimes it's simply not a matter of can you even hold it, it's just can you even get 2-3 kills, and couldn't there be a retake that's successful from Na'Vi?
I also want to talk about that CD side from the side of Astralis, right? The amount of pressure they were exerting towards the outside area, even though Na'Vi would go for the smokes and whatnot. Na'Vi did make a couple of mistakes. Sometimes you'd have Bit, peeking and taking a fight before the final smoke lands, for example. But even then, the amount of aggression being showcased, Farlig again with the AWP hitting some nasty shots, even though Na'Vi were waiting for them to go for these plays, right? So a lot of aggression, a lot of, kind of cementing their will on that CD side as well, which made them have, I think it was a 7 or 8 round streak on the CD side.
Guys, let's finish up our discussion by looking ahead to our third and final map, which is Inferno. I'd like to go off what Glaive mentioned in his interview with Heku, where he thinks it's even between themselves and Na'Vi going into Inferno. Do you agree or disagree?
So, at Katowice, when Astralis had a pretty decent run, they were 1 map away from making it to the playoffs. G2 blew them out of the water in that final map to send G2 to the playoffs. And for some reason, I expect a similar fate today for Astralis, where the quality of players from Na'Vi, we've seen this so many times happen with Na'Vi, where they win map 1 convincingly, they barely lose map 2, they just kind of turn on the gas a little bit too late in the map and try to get back into it. And then map 3, they just wipe the floor with the team again. And I'm scared for Astralis here because honestly, Na'Vi is just, they're so consistently able to do this. Just say, okay, you guys made us bleed. We're just going to show you that we're just going to destroy you.
Yeah, they're basically the blood god, so to speak. Warhammer reference.
Oh.
I was about to say, I've not heard of this before.
Blood god.
So Na'Vi for you are the blood gods of Inferno? The blood gods?
Of Counter-Strike.
Of Counter-Strike, full stop.
They're the core of Counter-Strike. There we go.
Yeah, so
someone's going to get it.
Lore Master Blair here.
Someone's going to get it.
He reads all the wikis.
All the wikis.
Master Blair. Yeah, so Blair, can I get your final opinion then? But it seems to be, to me, like you think, yeah, Na'Vi are the favourites going into Inferno, and then Glaive is probably overestimating his team, Astralis' a bit.
I have to agree with what Maui says over here. Now, even though we've only seen Na'Vi play, the last time they played was only against G2 in the past 3 months, and even that loss was a 16-12, right? It wasn't that, I mean, it was a comparatively close affair. And I have to agree with Maui, you know, they show some signs of struggle. Someone who's not struggling is Simple, right? He's looking fantastic. So he looked great on Ancient. He looked great here on Nuke as well. And I feel like for the side of Na'Vi, they're just going to be getting off to a good start as usual. And I would like to be surprised, honestly, because for Astralis, they want to just get this win, right? Imagine they take on Na'Vi, they're guaranteed through to the playoffs. If they get taken down here today, they have to beat Complexity tomorrow. So they want this win more than Na'Vi probably does. But then again, it's freaking Na'Vi.
Yeah. I actually think that Astralis are going to make this one really close. I think they actually do have a chance to win this. I think that Farlig is so much better than Lucky on the T side. Lucky was just baiting, and it was kind of hard to watch, honestly. But Farlig is a guy that's ready to run in, and if they have another entry fragger there, just think of a Crossfire late round Blah with Blame F, with Zipnix, with Glaive, man,
baby,
it's gonna be tough to retake from that.
Hashtag the night shift, Maui, Blair, thank you so much. Final thoughts, considering you both believe that Na'Vi are taking Inferno. Simple, right now, he has an over 2 KD. Across the 2 maps, 52 frags,
going down,
24 kills.
Going down.
Simple is on fire, and let's see if he can carry that through to the Raging Inferno.
So alive, I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop to think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around, up and down on that stage as your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around, up and down on that stage as your future vibes.
A long time, so now we've got to get into it and see exactly how this went down. Apparently it was like absolutely chaotic as we see all of the knives, and all of a sudden it's a 2-on-2 and they've switched sides. I don't know how that possibly happens. We've got different shaped knives, all sorts of different things going on, all sorts of different damage coming in, and it's down to a 1-on-1, and this is an incredible situation as we back away to try and see what's going on. It's Glaive versus Perfecto, who still has almost perfect HP against the red of that Glaive as he tries to come in, and I don't even know, did Glaive won that?
Yes, he did. I don't know how either.
Did that last knife miss? Did Perfecto just swing and whiff?
I was actually kind of hoping that would go on for like another 10 seconds. And
that happened to me once. That happened to me once. Friggin' JW ran around Mirage 1 versus 4 for like 30 seconds. And I was like, come on, dude, just die.
Yep. Well done.
Thanks, man. It's been a while.
It has been a while. You still got it. You still got game.
Nice. Good to know.
Either way, after the fun of games, it's all done. It's all over. That was a good time. Now we have to get into this third map. Now we have to get into Inferno, the deciding map in this series. Na'Vi trounced Astralis on Ancient brutally 16-4. And Astralis comes back on Na'Vi's pick of Nuke, a map they are so very proficient on. It was a gutsy, a good win. It took all 30 rounds. That brings us here to decide the victor here on the penultimate day of Group D at ESL Pro League. Ooh, hello.
Everyone's favorite group, Group D.
That is, that's what Simple normally does to other people. He got a taste of his own medicine there. Good shot from Config all the way down mid. Little one tap. However, Na'Vi attacking towards the B bomb site, and that's where Xyp9x is playing all by his lonesome. They need to speed this up. Rotations are already in. Astralis has cleared out towards middle. I think this is too slow from Na'Vi. They're about to be in a world of hurt. Glaive is here. BlameF is here. Xyp9x is forced back. Glaive, got to be a little bit careful. Smoke coming in on the fly. Down towards CT spawn. Fast flank. Perfecto just checked it, but he didn't see anything. That's going to allow Config a lot of space.
That's going to let BlameF, though, unchecked as they try to boost. He doesn't get up on top of the pot, though. He doesn't get a chance for the clean shots. Config instead will take a bit. Watch Perfecto. This is quite a nice crossfire set. The interesting thing in this is that they aren't alone, these two at the back of the site. They've got Boomich as well in the corner. So is it going to be checked? I mean, they've already cleared out Banana. They have to be back there. They have to know that all three of them are there. Where's Boomich? Got to be in the last corner they'll go to. And down he goes. Astralis picking up where they left off in the last map. This is a real chance that they could sneak this series without the map we thought was key to it.
Yeah, now he's been mentioning that on the desk or on Twitter, on one of them, on both of them. I'm not even sure all the way throughout this series that there is upset potential in this matchup. Despite the fact we didn't really see any of it in the first map, but that seemed to be just a warm-up. Astralis had a slow start getting into the series, but they've arrived, and Config hitting bangers like that is going to help out massively.
I love how we brought Cadian in for that map, too.
I know, of all the maps. Sure, he appreciated it.
Glaive was like, oh, Cadian's watching, don't show him anything.
Yeah, let's just get wrecked.
Even making a joke, yeah, we'll get to 15 rounds and then lose with Heku.
Yeah, good sport. Hero AK-47 on Simple.
Hopefully he gets to live more than, 10 seconds into the round this time.
Yeah, that'd be nice. He's already made it. He's already peeking up middle as well. Try to peek towards Rap side. There is a player, Glaive and Config, both of them in lane. Glaive is in quad. Simple spots that. That's the fight he wants. Damage is dealt. Config down to 14 HP. Simple is not going to get caught sleeping. Surely he's going to suspect that there could be a second player. And they just back away. Simple's taking great damage, though. The nade chunked him down to 46. The initial contact with Config wasn't all that bad, but the nade on top of it seems pretty painful. Flashbang forces Blamef off the half wall. One more flashbang on Electronic to get around this corner.
Couple of taps from Blamef. He's gonna follow it up. He got Perfecto, he got Simple as well, and Simple doing damage on a Perfecto to make that a little bit easier for him, apparently, as they tripped over one another. So good start from Blamef on that side of the map. The other two players, Bit and Electronic, will go over toward the A site instead. Glaive figures that out pretty quickly with both kills his way.
Yeah, that might have been the extra damage done by the nade. Blamef brought down to 13, but just tagging Simple enough to clean him off. If that nade hadn't come in, maybe Simple survives with 10 HP. Don't think the round would have been in much danger otherwise, but 2-0 for Astralis. Defense looking good. Simple's passed an AK-47. Going into round number 3, rest of the team is going to buy up as well. Boomich relegated back down to the Tech 9. Decent amount of utility for the Na'Vi side.
Glaive through the smoke. Watch out, though, because they're getting close on the other side. You can see Electronic just saying, yeah, you want to fire like that, buddy? I'll come right through. Windowsill position. A famed position in its own right, but most recently made famous by Rops.
Yeah, might have to start calling that Rops.
Rops drops. Yeah, that was a sick round. Glaive takes out Simple. Bits is the one to respond into that, but there the trade's equaled again, and it's actually a 2-man advantage now for Astralis. It's weird, I haven't done a speed cast since probably like 2016, Jason, and I feel like I'm talking so slowly now after doing it.
Yeah, you were cruising there for a minute. You got up to pretty good WPM.
WPM, they pay me by the word, so I'm just trying to be efficient.
True, yeah. Got your bonus today.
Imagine that was the case, I'd never let you talk.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't.
I would just keep going. You want to pay me by the word? Deal.
Well, it makes sense. Truckers get paid by the mile.
I can't.
I don't know if that's true anymore.
In Canada, they definitely did.
3-0.
They all got together and celebrated that.
Good start for Astralis on the defensive side of things. Config and Farlig towards the A-bomb site. Triple B defense initially. Half by for Na'Vi. Oh, slaughtered at the point of contact. Zip with 3. 2 with the M4, 1 with the Molotov, and quickly it's all down to just Simple. Now, we'll touch on this because Nuke was very much a solo effort from Simple. He was up just above, I think, 30 kills. The next closest teammate was like half that.
Yeah, I think Electronic was the next closest, and it took him a while to get there as well. Yep. He was slow to start accumulating kills.
The entire team all the way down didn't quite show up in that one. In a very narrow loss. They'll need them all in this game. First 4 rounds, 2 kills total for the entire Na'Vi team.
So they'll position themselves across the map with a 3-2 in favor of B, but one of the players, Config, just there to drop off his utility. A standard airy spot. Simple with the win inside of Banana. It's Blamef that goes down. He's not done there. He wants the top side of Banana. Config's come back over because his utility needs to be held by someone at this point in time. They've even started to bring Glaive that direction. Toss that further up for Xyp9x. Inferno is the most apparent to me of all the sort of the utility juggling that goes on CT now. Like, Glaive didn't actually want to come over and play the position. He came over, threw his utility. This is, here you go, here, take this. All right, I'm out.
Uh-oh.
It's not ideal. That was even extinguished. Oh, no, sorry, it was his smoke.
You noticed there was a trajectory of the Molotov.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it threw me off, too, because the camera angle, I was like, wait a minute, did you smoke out his own Molotov?
Yep.
But no, that was self-extinguished.
Would have been silly. All right, Bits over in A-Halls. Na'Vi have put a lot of pressure on the B bomb site, forced out a lot of utility. They don't really want to mess with it at the moment, so they're going to back away, back towards A, but that's exactly what Astralis want. Even Xyp9x was considering falling off of B. So Glaive on Rap side, Config up in Halls. Farlig at the bomb site itself. Config's gonna get pulled away. Good kills from Glaive, stepping through the smoke. Na'Vi never saw it coming. Farlig goes down, but you won't expect Config up this close. Bits in trouble. Utility coming out. Config doesn't want to push with it. Here comes Perfecto driving up lane. Not seeing anything just yet. Perfect pop flash, and inside the bomb site, they go down. Config from the railing does it all. 5-0.
Wow. Where is Na'Vi gone? This is outrageous, considering how solid the first game was for them. Like, this is just ridiculous. And this is we touched on it, Boomich is here. Okay, great. They're back to full strength, so to speak. Whether or not it takes them some time to get used to things, that's one argument or observation we can make. But they've got Heroic tomorrow. They've got the two hardest teams at the end of this. Like, you'd think this is the right time to have him back.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sometimes it's just a rough game, though, and I mean, let's give credit where it's due as well. This Astralis, after the first map, has looked great. They've looked much more comfortable, much more in sync, individually much more on point. Remember, they had an issue with the fragging department as well when we went back to Ancient. That was all Config, and the other 4 players weren't doing anything. Even Farlig getting hyped up. You gotta love that. Smiles all across the board. Good early lead, another hole for Na'Vi to dig themselves out of. Simple again going for the Hero AK-47. And I mean, they kind of have to. You understand why they're doing it. The money for Astralis is building up so much. Xyp9x at $9,000 in the bank, Config at around $10,000. Everyone else is very, very comfortable. So you need, even in these rounds that are like low percentage, you still need that AK-47 to try and get a few kills, to force rebuys, to spend some of that cash. Electronic jumping around with the Tech 9, making himself a difficult target, does end up burning Blame F. But Xyp9x is here to recover. Perfecto up next. He's found Config. Just gaming, moving forward. Gonna be smoked off for the moment. Then 12 HP left.
12 indeed. Perfecto inside of the site already, but stuck inside of the smoke, has Glaive to take him down. Where's the opening? Where's the power plays that Na'Vi are known for on this map of exploiting and cutting off early rotations? They're not even getting the picks, and Bit is a bit screwed.
That's a bad smoke as well if you want to try and get that bomb planted. That's so deep in now. No one's really flirting with it. Farlig's going to get the final kill as Bit doesn't move into this site. 6-0. Are they back, Matt? Astralis?
Oh, I was like, yeah, Na'Vi lost again. They're back, Jason. Good arguments. I can totally see your reasoning there, bud.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, it's no gravity's a one-way street, but here we are.
No, that's quite profound. But fact of the matter is, I mean, this is encouraging for them. I won't say it's back until they start, consistently performing at, bigger. Next week, the final of this event, if they come, make it to the final or they have some incredible performance.
I'm just memeing it. It's just nice to see Astralis performing.
I know you are, but there are people out there that will start to jump on that train. And I think there's potential. Like, if they can start doing it late in tournaments, then sure.
Oh.
So the thing is, I'm not one of those people that stupidly is going to say they're going to get back to what they were. They're a whole different team. You can't compare that to the 4 major winning, Grand Slam winning, best of all time. Simple.
Go for it.
Speaking of the best of all time, already crossing over. He's going to go back for it after the flash, knowing that they've likely crossed as well, but he's missed a shot. Uncharacteristic game so far from Simple. 3 kills only, and that is a massive one to miss because the bomb's in the open and Config goes right through the smoke. Molotov did as well, and he's now got control of the B site.
That is a bummer because that's a shot I think we've seen Simple hit like 90 times out of 100. That one just sails by Config's body. Glaive getting the jump back to the A bomb site. I think this will shock Bit. He's not fooled at all. He says, Config, you're handling business. Just go passive. Let him in. We'll play the retake if need be. I'm going to get back towards the A bomb site. 37 seconds on the clock. Even if Glaive never checks, I don't think there's a world in which Bit clears hard left here.
No chance. He'll hear it, walk out. Only one place he can be. Bit goes down, and 7-0.
7-0, and even more importantly, well, yeah, part of the reason why they're up 7-0, they're really, really winning and destroying the battle for Banana. They are owning this part of the map early on. They are causing so much damage. Navi's thrown a couple different paces at them, a couple different peaks. They've had the Hero AK baiting some pistols. They've had a Tech 9 rush with a Molotov towards sandbags, and Navi can't get anything going in that part of the map. It's great that Astralis has been able to give themselves so many advantages just by virtue of this Banana battle.
I may have misread that. I said, wow, while you were talking. I thought I saw sort of a fast blink eye roll from Blade, but he did it twice. Maybe he's just got dry eyes. It was just...
Stretching?
Adjusting, yeah.
Stretching his eyeballs?
I may not have seen body language that I thought I did. But usually when Blade's in that mode, then, they're in big trouble. So early contention for Banana, and even though they got deep utility, there's no one there from Navi. They aren't going to overextend and try and hold that position. Nice flash. Xyp9x has to reconsider his position. Doesn't want to re-peek it, thinking that they'll be holding the angle. Only with the pistols, Navi. Oh, that chicken replicated the shots from the Deagle. Bang, bang, bang. That was not the noise
that was makes. Not a chicken noise at all.
I don't know what that was. That's the sound of the police. That's all I got for that one. Xyp9x. He's got Electronic already, has to back off towards CT, and as he does, blameF walks out and takes full advantage of the situation. The pistol's not going to amount to much, and it'll be 8-0 now for Astralis.
Oh, what can you say about this one? This is a beatdown. This is great from Astralis. Returning the favor from the first map. 11 kills total for the Na'Vi side. 0 on Boomich, 1 on Electronic, 3 on Perfecto and Simple each, 4 on Bit. Not getting any kind of production. On the other side of things, blameF leading the way with 11 kills. Hit a great nuke as well. Blade doing what he can, turn this timeout to get his team into it. This is the second timeout Navi's taken. We saw him go through quite a few on nuke as well. Just doing something to try and get some life in this team. Bring them forward individually or tactically. 5 AK-47s.
5 AK-47s, a little bit better than a couple Tech 9s and Deagles. I'll give them that.
Yeah, but we still haven't seen it really work yet. The strength of the buy hasn't much
points. Yeah, you got me there.
Nice opening. Finally a little bit of a positivity towards Banana. Oh, and Config tries to change things up with a push. Glaive is next, but once his teammate goes down, he decides he doesn't want to mess with it. I think if Config gets a kill there, the follow-up push from Glaive to that mid-smoke is super, super impactful. But the fact that his teammate goes down means he doesn't want to risk it. He is the only defender at the A bomb site. That would have been the entire round on that one push. Pop flash, Xyp9x into position, into information, so Farlight can rotate away. Glaive is playing behind this smoke.
Simple checking the corner with Electronic already on the wall.
Here's the peek, flashbang coming out. Glaive, ooh, almost gets one.
That's a pretty fast reaction, do you have to say, from Electronic to just book it. Knows that that's coming. That flash, okay, they're gonna do something, I'm out. I'm out of here.
Well, that lets him know. That's the indication, which is why Glaive has jumped all the way back to the B bomb site. Pop flash peek. They call out 2 players at A. So Navi wants to attack into the solo player, but that's Glaive right there. Xyp9x up on top. Boomich never expected it. He does have his first kill. Oh, the swing. He's got another one somehow, some way. But Electronic is going to cut this map in half and cut off these rotations.
That's the key. I was going to say, this is the first round we've started to see some intuition from Navi because Electronic, as you say, Glaive knows that's the key, that flash came out. He immediately retook that position, knowing that, all right, you flashed, you peeked, you lost, I'm taking it.
It's also, it's also the first time that there's been enough kills coming out from the Navi side for one of their players to take some intuition, or, to have the, not intuition, initiative. That's the one I wanted.
Nice.
To have the initiative, to like find some gaps in the defense to be able to exploit it. So Navi's on the board. It took 2 timeouts and 9 rounds. But they've got their first. Need to build. Money's not beautiful on the Astralis side any longer. They've lost some cash over the past few rounds. 7-round lead.
Nade is going to go as deep as a dare. Ooh-wee. Perfecto. Tag down to 51. Was that all from the nade? Did that land that on him with armor? That's crazy.
I think he might have got tagged like once.
I was going to say,
like a leg or something like that.
have. Yeah, like...
I could be wrong. Far leg. Ooh, nice shot right through the edge of the smoke. Simple's going to take the opportunity of the IWP reload to close the gap, and that might be a bit too much, too ambitious, and just a small mistake, and Simple's going to make you pay. However,
hang on, bomb.
Yeah, the bomb is dropped.
Did great work. Okay, he's got it back. Glaive managed the 1 kill they thought they needed, but Simple's come alive.
Yeah, I honestly, I was worried because Glaive had such low HP. I wasn't sure if he was going to want to take that fight again, but, you know, oh well. 8-1, looking like 8-2 at the moment, and I think Xyp9x and BlameF are going to make a conservative call with the economy. Just save the cash.
Blade must have spotted something in the timeout because since they've been a lot more methodical about their takes. First time we've seen them go A in quite a while. B was seemingly a
death trap?
It was, yeah. I was trying to come up with, you know, B was brutal, bashful.
Okay. Going for an alliteration there.
Yeah, you know, trying to be more wordy than I'm actually worth. You know, get credit for things that aren't that clever. That's kind of what I do.
You're paid by quantity, remember, not quality.
Good point. But, yeah, no, obviously B was not working out for them at all. So this is a much better round. I mean, I say that. Last round, it still went B as well, but they executed it by getting Electronic up toward A and forcing the A defense.
But, I mean, also, this is how you can find yourself and give yourself a little bit more success over at that B bomb site, right? It's not working. Obviously, Astralis was shutting them down. Go towards the other side of the map. You know, go pressure towards the A bomb site. Don't make them, you know, see if you can get those B defenders to maybe cool off a little bit over these next few rounds while you don't give them that attention. You don't let them keep building momentum and keep building confidence as well. We'll see how far back Na'Vi can claw this half. 6 rounds away from Astralis at the moment. Deep nade, good damage onto Electronic. That one was all nade, in case you were wondering. Ooh. What a brutal utility dump.
Yeah, poor Simple, 3 HP.
Oh my lord.
Does he one? Yes, he does. Of course he does. Of course he figures out, all right, they put everything here, they've spammed it with all their worth, and they haven't found me. They're not going to be looking. No way.
That's a nade. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
It's the nade. Don't worry. Everyone...
Oh my god, I thought he hit the jump shot. It was the nade. But still 2 kills on 3 HP. Give the man some credit.
He's about to get 3, Matt.
Dude, Ace with 3 HP would be absolutely sick, but he doesn't want to overextend on that play. Config is going to get locked out by a Molotov instead, but he's going to make his noise as he walks in, and it is going to be a third for Simple. This is remarkable. He gets every kill on 3 HP, and the round is done. They're going to save.
That's just like karma. That's karma being like, look, we just put like a Molotov and 2 grenades at your feet this round to bring you down to 3 health, but then we're going to make sure that nobody else is really in a position to actually battle and fight with you. Config gets pop flashed in. He gets sent into the lion's den to try and stop the plant, and it just doesn't happen. What a great round from Simple. Doing it all with low health. Holding his nerve as well, tucked into a tight corner.
You love that. I mean, this is a good, 8 rounds already for Astralis, don't get me wrong. It's a good half in that regard, but this is a good turn of events for Na'Vi, looking much more, this is crazy. 3 HP, gap in the smoke. I honest to God thought he hit the jump shot until I looked up in the corner and was like, okay, it is the nade. And then he finds the third as well.
I was wondering if he was going to bounce that nade off the wall or throw it into the choke point. Obviously, he made the right call. Right into the choke point to clean up Xyp. Was perfectly timed with that jump. It's Astralis' turn for a timeout to talk things over and try and adapt. 3 rounds straight for Na'Vi coming back, storming back into this game off the back of Simple. 12-5 on Xyp9x, 12-6 on BlameF.
Why are there so many damn chickens on this map?
People love KFC.
It's just, it's
what?
Unnecessary amount of them, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, he's checking the smoke. I was so confused. Ooh.
They're going to push up middle this time, and in the apartment. So another new look for Na'Vi that we haven't seen too much of in this half. They're going to go out very quickly. Nice shot, Farlig. It was a decent attempt of movement from Bit to swing with the flash and deter the aim, but it wouldn't be enough. Config in the corner, and Farlig's got another on top of it. Simple, though, sneaking in behind. Can't hit the shot. Didn't expect BlameF to be there. Knows where they're going to be peeking from, but not able to combat all three peaks as Glaive finally gets some thirds of charm. And it looks like Astral is finally going to find that 9th round, although Perfecto's got 2 in this. Bomb's just in front of him. Smoke is due to dissipate, I think, within about 5 seconds. Okay, sooner than that even. So Bomb may be a little bit more difficult for him to gather. Molotov to be thrown, that's going to be difficult as he bait them back into the shot. Farlig's forward of it. Knows that he's likely to be there, but isn't ready for it, and it's over. It's 9-3.
What a great round from Farlig, especially the composure to take your time on that first shot. If Bit lands and is actually able to pressure from lane while a follow-up player is peeking onto balcony, that round gets so much more difficult for him. So he really takes his time and adjusts perfectly before the flashbang hits. Even the follow-up kill as well, an extended duel. And Config there to keep space. Triple kill in the round for the new Astralis player, showing his quality. BlameF gonna be pushing down mid. Na'Vi, that round goes for a change of pace, so it's Astralis' turn to change the pace of their defense all the way down. BlameF has 2. Simple, can't handle it all. And there goes Boomich as well.
How sick and quick is that? They're loving it. They're absolutely loving it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They're like, this is what it felt like on Ancient, huh?
Zonic looking really fit these days.
Not bad. Give him a teabag. Dang.
That's a change of pace, considering Na'Vi's been trying to change things up.
Yeah, that's really cool. I love that from CT sides. We see that work. It's such a cool tactic to see succeed. Opening kill for Perfecto. He's got this a couple of times in Banana. Hasn't done bad. Brought down to 2 HP though. Gonna swap out some weapons. Khalil picked up on Perfecto, who's just a overpaid flank watcher all of a sudden. Farlig holding the angle from the spawn choke point. Back to the other side of the map for Na'Vi in a 5-on-4. Config. Oh, he sees the barrel. He sees the barrel. They jump around. He holds it. Can't control the spray well enough. One player, Glaive, behind the hay cart. Trying to find his timing. Oh, he's been spotted. He creeped out a little bit too wide. He's got the first over the top. It's low HP on Perfecto. That's the 2 health. And there's Xyp9x all on Boomich. They shut down the hit. Glaive, it was sketchy. It was not perfect, but it was enough. And Boomich has got to go to the other side of the map.
Gonna have to rotate. Xyp9x trying to get there as well. He could beat him. He beats him, but doesn't get the shot off in time. And Boomich now realizes, well, hang on, I gotta back up here. Slow this down a little bit.
Boombla.
Boombla indeed.
I played a show match with Boomich.
Did you?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
We lost.
Yep, thought so. Not his fault.
No, it was mostly the talent's fault. The broadcast talent's fault.
The talent. Okay.
That's how I'd like you to refer to me from now on, Matt.
Okay, sure. Will do. Can you spell that out for me?
That'll be my new stage name.
Okay. The talent. Well, it's Boomich trying to do it again here. Hold on. 2 HP. He somehow survives that first attack. Flash out as well. Oh my god, if he had hit the headshot right there on the repeak, that would have been remarkable. He's still using this box directly. Hard to see over it though, so does Glaive elect to cross.
Oh, no way.
Doesn't even matter, Boomich. That is ridiculous. That is the thickest round you'll ever see.
He's doubled his kills in one round, but I don't know how he didn't get tagged bouncing between the box and the pillar with 2 health.
There's no way Glaive knows the HP there.
No, of course not.
Because he runs him down if he does.
But you would have thought at least one like went through an edge just accidentally. Oh my lord. And Glaive had such a great round as well. Woo, that's a big exhale. Na'Vi, I mean, this half has felt so dominant for Astralis, but again, the scoreline is not the most catastrophic thing in the world for Na'Vi now that they're up to 4. And especially if they can get to 5, that'd be massive. That'd be everything. Great teams find a way to get enough done.
Yeah, exactly that. They hang on, they hang on. So shots out, Config wins this one. Electronic goes down. Simple already on 10.
There's been a couple in this half, a couple risky pushes through that smoke blocking off rep side. I think we saw Glaive do it once or twice earlier, Config just now. I mean, in another universe, in another match even, in the same universe, just in another game, those are going to get punished a little bit more. But for the moment against Na'Vi in this half, they've worked well.
I'm just seeing Glaive's reactions to that last round again. He's like, man, oh man, I mean, what can you do? Well, they respond well, so far at least. Boomich this time is gone. Simple still with 10. We've seen him clutch and get 3 kills with 3. It wasn't really a clutch. I should correct the terminology. But clutch, considering the situation of him being on 3, it was pretty magnificent. So he got that round, and then the 2 HP win. Nades to close this one out. Simple gets destroyed. So we have our halftime score. It's 11-4. A little bit closer than you would have thought, despite that Astralis have a huge lead. Na'Vi are warming up. We've got a great third map in store. We're going to find out what happens when we come back after the break.
Look into my eyes and show me adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made up, baby, that's made up all that we find. The water's always high. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made up, baby, that's made up all that we find.
Well, we're back, and Yeah, I think a bit of a surprise going on right now from the Na'Vi side of things. Destroyed Astralis. Ancient opening map. It was 16-3, and then it was Astralis that came back on Nuke. 16-14, but they were in control pretty much the whole way through, and now they're very much in control. 11-4 on our third map of Inferno, and this has consequences. Sure. Oh, good shot. Simple. He returns favor from the opening pistol. They're going to get aggressive. Perfecto on a config. Bit. Oh, like, okay, yep, they're back now, Jason. They're in this game. I was going to say this has consequences because it gives Astralis a much better chance to advance in the group, despite a lot of the other statistics and needing other teams to win. Whereas it also puts Na'Vi in a weird position if they don't win this, and then let's say they lose to Heroic tomorrow.
Yeah. I love that pistol round from Na'Vi. It's super risky, but you have to imagine the conversation was like, all right, guys, that was obviously very flat from us this half. You have to imagine Astralis is feeling really good about the half that they just put out into the road. Let's go rip their hearts out. Let's go just take all that steam out of the engine. Wind out of the sails. Which, I don't even know which one's the better.
Both of those things don't create that much power.
Okay.
Steam engines are not really that efficient. Wind and sails. Yeah, all right, you're environmentally friendly, but like you're not, I shouldn't say you're not going to go that fast. The America's Cup boats, if you get up on the hydrofoil.
Put the energy back in the battery?
It's just gas in the tank.
Gas in the tank.
Hydrogen in the tank. Now, that would be smart. Let's get away from electric cars. Let's go hydrogen. That was the real answer. But nope, Elon Musk had to come around and pretend he's a freaking genius and tell everyone it was better when it's actually not. Anyway.
Had to get that one off your chest?
Yeah, Counter-Strike. Let's get back to it, shall we? Elon Musk is Ted Faro. I'm calling it now.
Okay.
Okay? Anyone who knows the reference will totally get what I mean. Not angry.
Just sit this one out, man. I'll take this round. Hold down that mute button. Just have a good time over there. Simple peeking down mid. Taking some pop shots. Getting a kill. That's Zipex to hit the deck. Unarmored pistols, and actually none of them even upgraded, all Glocks. So Astralis just having a little bit of a chit-chat while this round ticks away. They know there's nothing to do here. This would be a really cool comeback from Na'Vi if they were able to do it. It would be awesome to see them bounce back in this map itself. Simple starting to get real assertive across the map. Doing God's work with the SMG. Boomich finds the final kill onto Blame F. Good amount of bonus money getting appropriated by the Na'Vi side. 11-6, and Simple busts out the op. Not even gonna wait, not even gonna play the bonus round. He's not messing around.
Good shots to collect those kills, get the confidence rolling early for Simple in this half. They'll leave the SMG behind as well. He's gone immediately onto the WP. Boomich inside of the banana position. Flash to bounce off the wall. They put one over top as well. And they want control. Boomich, though, has to be careful. We've seen in the past Boomich, I mean, you go back to Katowice even, and even times the major, he got absolutely banged out on banana in a few games we've casted, Jason.
Yeah. Banana's a rough position to play. Fun, but can be rough. Simple watching Rap side with that AWP peering towards mid brackets. He's about to get smoked off. As Zipex puts that utility into play. Electronic gonna shift over as Simple goes over towards the B bomb site. Great nades, great utility from Na'Vi outside of the B bomb site. Farlig is brought down to 3. Blame F and Glaive are chunked down into the 70s as well. And Simple is in position. 3 players here. There's the first kill. He's going to go for more. Misses the opportunity, but Perfecto has found Blame F. Farlig with that 3 HP, still alive. Somehow dodges all the bullets coming into the smoke as well. Config backing up his teammates, but there's no access. There's no step forward. There's no realistic progress onto the bomb site. And Flying Boomich is going to swap out to the AK.
That's pretty sick that they've already won out that round and efficiently. As you say, swapping out to the AK, Simple still AWP. They've got the MP7. They'll throw. Okay, so Boomich is going to go back to that. They're going to give the AK to Bit, which isn't a bad decision, let's be honest. You've got Bit with the accuracy, the one-shot headshot potential. You've got Electronic on a similar weapon.
And remember, as you said, Boomic playing the really scrappy role over at Banana.
He does, yeah.
I mean, just even playing it differently than most other people as well, jumping around a lot, very mobile for information. He's getting into a lot of awkward battles with that SMG, so he can be mobile and spamming back and forth while peeking through smoke.
One thing I'll say with him doing that is he baits out so much utility.
Yes, there's a lot of intangible benefits to it that generally don't show up on the scoreboard. Almost baits them into Perfecto, and actually kind of does. Pulls him into the open, double kill for Perfecto. Electronics arrived, and the conversation at halftime, it was a good one. We need to know what was said because everyone's getting involved in the action now.
Boomic was the one, again, like you said, jumping around, baiting them in. He gets away with 100 HP, and the 2 rifles pop out, and they're like, we got you, bro. Straight crossfire, wrecks them.
And Electronic takes the death.
Yeah, poor guy.
Oh, well.
Gun is just around the corner, so not quite grabbable for Xyp9x. They'll throw a nade that direction as well. That may, okay, bounced too far. I was going to say maybe even push the gun back further, but either way, blameF with the Eagle has nothing but hope in this round to try and get that bomb back. 50 seconds. And the obvious positioning for Bit at this point is to make sure that they can't rotate through CT. He's even clearing it because he didn't have full vision of it earlier, but he'll be very confident in saying, guys, just keep your eyes on Banana. I got you covered. And that's what they'll do. They bait out the AWP shot, and now Boomic comes back, and that's why the MP7 is so effective. And the AK picked up back at CT.
Now everyone can have a rifle. Boomic has 8,400, Bit 7,200. Money in the bank. Navi's come alive here towards the end of the first half, and obviously to start out this second half as well. You see a lot more Na'Vi bodies flying and looking for fights as they rotate over to the attack. Run boost, Simple decides not to go back for it. I think he spotted Farlig, zoomed in on that position. Realized he might be peeking into his death. Molotov is out at the half wall, flashbang as well. blameF is going to call it out, the retake utility, and he knows one is to the right. By virtue of the smoke onto the Molotov, has the information that Boomic is controlling top Banana.
Perfecto back to pick up additional nades. He'll juggle those toward the B site, where Boomic, this time with a rifle, is already trying to do more damage. Yeah, bring me those nades. How dare they even make Perfecto go back and get them? A player's too lazy to bring them over, but they're all stacked up this time, apartment side of the brackets, and so far, no advancement from Astralis. Try and anchor this. blameF's gone back over to Banana to make contact, so they won't rotate early, but there's still 3 on this side of the map. 37 seconds. Contact plays being made on both sides. This is a tough call. I don't think Na'Vi bites. I don't think they move. They get a little bit closer to the arch so they can if they need to, but Bit now aware that they're wrapping around on the arch. Smoke down, goes back to the site.
Simple's kind of isolated though, especially now the second smoke went through. He's just going to try and find a timing and it's not there. Config is already passed in good position. Another smoke in toward, there might be a gap in that.
I think there might, yeah, I think there might be.
That could be so dangerous.
Landed really tantalizingly close. Simple, maybe not though, because we're seeing him look behind, but they're going to wrap around. They're trying to get an angle on it. He's got Xyp9x down. Hard to say. We need to see it from his perspective. Either way, the kills are mounting right now, and the time as well for Na'Vi. The round gone, as it's now 11-9.
If there was a gap, it didn't even have an impact on the round. Good work from Electronic with the AUG and Pit. Had a very quiet first half, but he's getting some good kills here in this round. Even shoots a smile for the camera. Good shooting. He's protecting his teammate. His teammate's protecting him. Nice work. That's Bit inside of the bomb site.
A little more quiet on the Astralis.
I was going to say, it seems the tables have turned.
Of course, that is Trace, the coach now.
Ave,
sorry, wow. Look, they're all old players. Bits ready at the apartments. Ooh, I was going to say should have a headshot lineup, but Xyp9x crouched down and slid under, and then he just kind of sprayed away. Barely hit Xyp9x, to be fair.
It's all good. It's about the intimidation, you know?
Oh, I was intimidated before the round even started.
Yeah. Boomic looking to get activated. There's the Molotov for the half wall. Nade as well. Behind the smoke, Boomich gets one and backs off. That's Glaive. And now Simple rotates into position as well. There's a smoke for perhaps this position, the spawn choke point, but that means there's going to be nothing for Coffin. Simple gets one anyways. They go a little bit ahead of the smoke. There's definitely a gap in that one.
Yep.
Although that one might not matter either, as Perfecto shuts him down.
I was going to say, the interesting thing is Perfecto has a smoke on his left side that would have taken out the Incendiary. He can jump around the site as much as he wants now. Doesn't even need to worry because Boomich has the kill. This is looking higher.
That is Trace. I've lost my mind.
Yeah, I believed you because you were around.
I sounded so confident, didn't I?
You did, and then you were around then, so I was like, yeah, Ave. All right. I thought it was Trace.
My brain right now is just so slow.
It's all right.
11-10.
What do you mean right now?
Yeah, I set that one up, didn't I? Why did I think it was Ave? Have I lost my mind?
Ave's been around a bit. He's done a few things, but no, yeah, that's all right.
Ave is down to the Academy team. I'm getting live updates, live information, multiple sources proving me wrong.
There's a phenomenal tweet that is edited of you and I that you maybe should go check out later because I don't want to hear about it right now.
Okay.
But
that's ominous.
You'll
There's
like it.
So many different ways that can go.
Yep.
Farlig leading the way up.
Might want to open an incognito tab.
Perfect.
For you.
Perfecto holding onto the B-bomb site. Molotov is down, extinguished. Farlig gonna turn the corner. Perfecto misses the spray initially, tucked himself in tight, but it won't matter. He's blinded. This is a nice hit from Astralis. They found a timing where there's only one defender. Boomich is gonna try and get something to make this possible. Maybe get a little bit lucky.
It's forward to the Molotov though. That's a bit desperate. I think he should have waited for that smoke to disappear. The bullets disappeared, as Config did. And down he goes. So that makes things bad to worse. Simply, absolutely is going to take that shot. Just like Bon Jovi, he lives on a prayer. As opposed to me that lives on the prairie. Just kidding, I'm on the other side of Canada, but it sounded cool. Backing away, Simple trying to get a few shots in to hurt the economy of Astralis. They'll get their first round of the half, 12-10. But you're right, it was timing. They were fast.
Yeah. I mean, much like, I think Na'Vi in the first half, they're just like tired of getting absolutely smashed. Na'Vi had a similar round or two towards the, I think they won a round at the B-bombs. At the second round, they won was towards the A, and it was a nice timing hit as well. So just saying, all right, this kind of plan A, this default, this slower pace style that we've come in with isn't working. Let's change things up. Let's throw a new look at him for this offense. And Astralis maintains a lead, a 2-round lead, as Na'Vi came storming back into this map. 6 rounds straight to start out the second half to bring them this close. That's a smoke used previously as well. I think the first time I saw it was it Vitality? Was it ZywOo? Did the run boost down around that smoke to get a peek towards middle?
We saw ZywOo do it, yes.
Yep.
He landed before the smoke, nailed it, and then faded back through it.
Yep.
Yep, it was a really nice shot, actually.
So maybe just trying to make Na'Vi Astralis a little bit nervous. Blame F finds Boomich. Ooh, doubled up at the end of Halls, but neither Simple nor Electronic can find the kill. Meanwhile, there's only one player at this B-bomb site. They see Boomich is dead. They know Simple is generally the third player at this bomb site, so why not go test him? Test Perfecto. Test this follow-up flashbang. That was a little bit too early of a peek for Perfecto, but he still lands a headshot. He's got to find more. He needs another, and he's got it.
It's such a common position to play in. It's so hard to deal with without the appropriate utility. They're still going to sneak inside of the site. Perfecto's ready. No, he's not. Blame F, but he's left in the open, and Bit gets the shot in return. We saw the off-site shot as well as Simple was able to collect, leaving us with just Xyp9x, and he now found by Simple as well. 12-11, an immediate response from Na'Vi. There was a time when that would have meant a hard reset, and at this point in the game, I would say probably Na'Vi to win it, but fortunately, they've still got the lost round bonus accumulated and built up, so they'll be able to buy on the Astralis side.
Yes, they will. It helps they won the previous round with all 5 players surviving, so they didn't have to really spend a whole lot of new cash into this one. Such good work from Bit and Perfecto. Chucking out those flashbangs, and yeah, Boomich was stressed when he died, but celebrating when Perfecto stepped up huge.
I wonder if the API tracks chicken deaths. Because I'd be really curious if like CS:GO's kept track of how many chickens have died in the game since it came out.
Well, it's either that or somebody at one of those Twitter accounts is literally counting chickens in every demo.
I want to know.
It's got to be an
across the whole
API.
game. It's got to be. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be in the API somewhere. Can we get that pulled on HLTV right now? That's a stat I want. Peter, HLTV.
I think ESL puts them every once in a while. Like so-and-so's killed like 19 chickens or something like that.
All right. Well,
we'll look for it.
Yeah. Retroactively go back and accumulate all of that.
We'll get the stats department on it.
They definitely want to do that job. They're thrilled that we're asking for this right now. So Boomich again getting aggressive and jumping around, but unfortunately for him, he's landed in the Molotov twice and was partly blind, so he's taking damage. He goes down to 47 HP. It's the only damage done so far.
Well, very light banana presence for Astralis this round. Blamef and Config backed away from it, back to mid, setting up a Halls pop. Farlig is going to be aggressive. You have to imagine through the mid smoke as well as this hit comes in. Oh, Electronic, big job to do. Blinded, but they peeked before it, so he knew exactly what was coming. He was able to get the intel before his vision was obscured, and the bomb is tantalizingly close to the center of Simple's crosshair.
Oh, Farlig, I'll give him credit for that one. Simple slides out and he gets the shot. They know he's there. Electronic hasn't left the graveyard position. Farlig's still trying to find him as well.
Can't really do anything about that position, though. You have to handle the teammate. You have to handle him quickly and then predict the follow-up peak. And yeah, that's near impossible. That's so difficult. Well done from Na'Vi.
One round only so far this half for Astralis. Yeah, we are tied up. And then I think the Astralis side of the equation is going to be fretting and lamenting the situation as they would have been against Heroic. This isn't quite that level of overpass 15-8, 1v3, should have won the game, but this is still a lead that's been blown.
I just want to go back to the pistol. Remember, Na'Vi just rushed mid on the pistol, like four players, and that feels like it really set the tone for this half. Took the gas out of the tank, Matt, as some would say.
Yeah, but gas is so polluted. Like, why would you? I don't know why you.
Wait, that was your idea for the metaphor. I tried to go win with sales.
I'm just kidding. There's no winning for you, Jason.
Don't tilt me this late in the evening. Don't do it.
A guy named Elon Musk had a great idea. Electricity. You should try it.
I think Tesla had that idea first. Bit.
What?
Nikola Tesla?
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the company. I was like, the same dude. But yeah, Nikola, yes, you're right. Hence the name. It's about the only Serbian that ever had a good idea.
Yanko's had a couple.
Which ones were those?
Usually at 2 a.m. at the bar.
Ah, okay, yeah, sure.
Here we go. Electronic. Up on the railing. Double Pit. He can drop in and join Bit, who's at the broken wall. Simple's op is here as well. Plenty of utility to make a pretty dangerous set piece, a pretty dangerous execute. Bit's gonna preemptively drop the smoke, turn the corner. Good trade, important trade. Bit's still alive. Oh, he's got another one. Excuse me, that was Simple. And Simple's moved into the site. That's so quick. Oh.
That is so simple. That is exactly what he loves to do. Swing around the box, no scope. He's just ever moving and ever daring and difficult to deal with. So now it is suddenly Na'Vi back in the lead.
Yeah. And that's got to be soul-crushing for Astralis. That was flying high. Just, what, 11 rounds ago, 10 rounds ago. They were living the dream. Hanging out at halftime, and now it's all furrowed brows. Hands clenched. As Trace tries to marshal his troops for one last go at it. Na'Vi just 3 rounds away. Hard-fought series from both teams as well. Both teams overcoming some adversity. Astralis finding it in themselves to bounce back after a 4-16 loss on Ancient to open up the series. Na'Vi losing their own map pick and starting this one out 4-11. It was a massive comeback on Nuke as well in the second map for Na'Vi that fell short, but recovering here.
Smoke down Simple. He's going to drop the incendiary toward the top side of alt middle as well, and then back off the situation. Farlig, meanwhile, though, holding the side of the smoke. Tech9 to play with. Simple. Not quick enough this time. I say that he actually did clip Farlig. He goes down to 37. Tries again. Gotta be careful, though. Luckily, Bit is rotating and covering, but they're gonna leave themselves exposed. I thought maybe they'd run straight into Library and predict the rotation. Dear. How's Bit killed himself?
Assuming he burned alive, he tried to come through the smoke into his own Molotov, and that's...
Oh, Jared.
That's no fun. Simple's quick right now. Simple's not gonna let them lose this game. 14-12. Kind of sucks. You smoke down an arch, you're going to jump through it, you're trying to take out Simple, you see the Molotov come through, you think you got a big advantage, instead you jump into a rain of fire from an AK-47. 2 fast shots.
Now, chat, you'll actually be right this time for spamming 1G. A broken clock is right twice a day, so congratulations. Electronic crossing over, spots them at the mid-stairs. He's going to go right past the Molotov as well, but taking damage from that and perhaps being spotted. Doesn't want to get too aggressively toward the hall, so they're actually going to reconsider and back all the way around.
It looked like they wanted to get aggressive, but the fact that I think Electronic spotted too, he just says, no, not worth it, never mind, especially because they saw him in return as well. So him and Simple just back off the play that was called. Again, change of pace, it's Bit to take contact, but misses the initial salvo. It's Glaive looking to split into CT spawn. Boomich is here so fast, though, so fast. And unfortunately, you could see immediately upon Boomich's presence located in CT spawn, they pick up the pace to get up Banana. Great counter utility, though.
Yeah, it slows him down entirely. Stuck out at the top side of Banana. Blame F. Still trying to get an angle. Oh my goodness, config. There's what we need. There's the entry they need. Simple, though. Here, and oh my god, he's so quick this time. Comes back around, can't find the second, but knows they're going to be approaching. He nails Farlig. He's not done there. Oh, he is. Xyp9x finally, and just barely gets an angle over top. As it looked stunning to start it off, but that's going to buy Boomich time and space to come back over. Bomb planted. He knows he's got to be on the site, and he'll catch Xyp9x out. Blame F. Bomb is planted for him. He can play this side to swing out and get the immediate diffuser, but Perfecto up above has the same angle down the lane, so they can get on this and try and bait him back into position. That's exactly what they're going to do. Is he going to spot the diffuser first? Not a chance. Perfect setup from Perfecto.
Sometimes all you can do is laugh when you see the things that Simple's able to do. That is an incredibly difficult shot, the first one. The second one on top of the hay cart, no scope. Magnificent. One of the great benefits of this Na'Vi team that has come together over the course of the past year has been that Simple no longer needs to be the sole hero on this team. There's danger all the way deep into the roster, but when it's needed, when it's called upon, Simple still has the ability to summon this demonic level performance to ensure that his team's going to get over the finish line. 15-12.
And I think that's something we've seen now. It's been proven in Counter-Strike. One star player is not enough. It might work for an event here and there. It might get you a few series here and there, but it's not going to make you a great team in the long run.
Not anymore. In the early days, you were able to get away with it. We're well past those days. Exactly right. 3 chances, Na'Vi. Series point. 11-4 first half in the favor of Astralis. It has all been taken away from them. It's their turn to muster up the courage for a comeback. Ooh! This time Electronic is punished. This time he spots it out. Simple's still gonna go for the peak. Supreme confidence, and he might have been overconfident. Supreme overconfidence. Bit goes down through the smoke. Unconfirmed damage onto Electronic. They're gonna be so happy when they do end up confirming it.
Life in the old dog yet. Oh no, blame F. Boomich just runs to his own certain death. Farlig gets that shot as well onto Electronic. That's over toward Graveyard. So this one done. All right, where did this come from, Astralis? We got 15-13 on the board.
Yeah, well, we're not going to see Na'Vi get aggressive at all in these next 2 rounds. They're just like, yep, we tried it. We were looking for it. They looked for it twice in a row, remember. They tried to do it the round before. Electronic called it off when he crossed over. This time he spots pretty much the same thing, and he says, no, let's do it this time. Let's make it happen. And Simple gets eliminated. Electronic brought down super low. Teammate dropped through smoke as well. They just get washed off the map. 15-13, 2 more chances for Na'Vi.
Smoke deep inside of middle. Simple trying to get behind it so he can throw his own utility a bit deeper and more safely. Not looking for the shot, but he'll cover off alt middle instead. Oof, that nade. That's lovely. About as good as it gets. The paper-thin walls of the apartment straight through the drywall as he just needed a pixel to spot inside of the doorway. Boomich pushed down, Farley gone. Turn of events, you said they weren't going to get aggressive. Boomich has certainly found the time to strike. Calculated aggression, we'll call it.
Yeah, calculated aggression. Well, Astralis better calculate themselves something genius in this round. 3 on 5, where the series is over. Even taking some damage to the smoke. Boomich. Ooh, there was a world in which Glaive might have been able to catch him. That would have been fantastic. Glaive and BlameF to pressure the B bomb site. Xyp9x lurking in middle. Gonna flash himself up to clear brackets as best he can. If Glaive and BlameF are going to come back, yeah, they need to run, and they're doing just that. I was going to say there's a timing on this. If they try and walk back or slow play this too much, Simple is going to get the idea. He's already on his horse on the way back to the A bomb site. Electronic and Bit, they just have to hold off for now.
Glaive, smoke to the archway. They're going to go around 18 seconds to try and get this on the site, and Bit is in a perfect position, and Pit, having not moved, reveals his position now. But that just gives information to Electronic, who's going to spray down the first. Bit pops up for the second, and BlameF will be blamed last. 16-13, good comeback from Na'Vi, not only in this game, but in this series, considering they won 16-3 or something ridiculous along those lines on Ancient. This was a much more closely contested series than we expected.
Yeah, and not just this series, but throughout this whole group stage still, they've had a lot of adversity. The massive overtimes versus AGO, obviously the games, the comebacks that Complexity had against them, really challenging. Cool to see, especially as Boomich steps in. Admirable effort from Astralis. We're really loving the way that they're looking at the moment. Group's not done. We've got one more day. Every team has one more game tomorrow, all at the same time. But for now, we're going to send you off to a break and then over into the loving hands of Paula in the desk.
Sempre, cabrón. Еще 7. Дефолт. Руби. 4-1. Дефолт.
Хорошо, молодцы, пацаны.
unbeatable, just indomitable, a pleasure to watch. Like we were witness to a masterclass coming in from the man himself, the legend himself, the best player to ever touch this game, and you could see why in the server. 11-4 in the first half for Astralis. I thought this game was done. We all thought this game was pretty much done, and then Simple happened, going 18-4. 18-4 in that second half. Some of the shots he was hitting with the AWP, just listen, it made no sense. It made no sense, Maui.
Maui, look, of course there's so much to break down here. Why Na'Vi did so well and what Astralis did well too, but in terms of Simple...
Don't worry, I'll tell you.
His impact is
just
undeniable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Simple is a living legend. What we're seeing right now, people are going to miss this when it's gone. Like, take it in right now, appreciate these kinds of moments, appreciate everything he's doing right now for the game, and being the fact that he's even the spokesperson for the game on top of it. Everything Simple is doing right now is exceptional. You have to you just have to look in awe at how he was able to put together such a monster series. And at the end of the day, I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised, but I'm still so in awe of everything I see when I watch him play.
And you have to point out as well, 96 ADR over 3 maps, in which, Paula, you said it earlier, the first one, an absolute blowout, right? They completely dominated Astralis. The second one, they lost. And this one was a comeback. So we had all 3 different variations of maps when it comes to Na'Vi. And Simple, doesn't matter. Win or lose, comeback, domination, he's still going to just shit all over you, man.
Yeah, now that we've given some shine, well-deserved shine to Simple, let's look at some other factors in this match. Starting off with round number 14, the Boomich clutch.
Yeah, this was crucial, right? Even though they didn't have too many rounds on that side, this was played to perfection by Boomich. Bear in mind, he's coming back without any practice. He hadn't really played when he was in isolation and everything. And this 1v2, he knows where both the CTs are. Like you can see, Astralis, it's a 1 versus 2. I think it's Zipex, and I'm not sure the second
Glaive.
I think it was Glaive. And Boomich, he spots the first player. He's like, okay, do I take the fight? The rotation's going to be taking place. Is it going to be from Banana, or is it going to be from Speedway? He immediately checks Banana, and then he takes the call. He just legs it all the way towards the A bomb side. He gets the bomb down. Bear in mind, he's very low on health, so he has to isolate the fights, and that's exactly what he does, first finding Zipex.
This is such a great shot. A great opener.
Oh,
But
2
look
HP.
at this. Exactly. 2 HP. And what does he do? He plays the headshot angle. Kind of dances with the pillar a little bit. I was a little bit questionable about that one. But then when he holds the headshot angle afterwards, he's winning this. He's taking it. Oh, IGL versus IGL violence right there.
Yeah, also, let's not forget, Boomich, he was returning to the server today. So for him to make important clutches like that, huge value given to the team on his return.
Absolutely. I think everyone kind of chipped in. It's easy to be overshadowed when you have someone called Simple on your team. I think Perfecto had his moments as well. Boomich, we saw with that clutch. And again, the calling coming out from Na'Vi, like they gave Astralis a taste of their own medicine. Just poking and prodding and making them feel so uncomfortable towards Banana, towards Brackets control. Even not really respecting the smokes even at times. Just, poking through the smoke, getting a quick cheeky kill, falling back.
Beyond that, Bleh, what I loved about what Na'Vi and Boomich did is that his rotations were precise and they were always where they needed to be. Every time they had a weak side bomb site that looked like Astralis was about to hit it, Boomich is there saving the day, got his cape on, just flying in, Superman, and he's stunned on him. He's stunned on him.
The big boom and his cape, in fact, are down on the sidelines with Heku for an interview.
Everybody, here I have Boomich once again for another interview. Boomich, congratulations, another win in your pocket. So far, your team has 0 losses. Well, the thing that kind of surprised us maybe is the fact that what we saw on Nuke, because you had a pretty decent start, but then once you changed sides, you kind of had problems stopping their offense. Do you feel like maybe you're a little bit rusty right now on Nuke?
I think, on our T side, we have some problems in the first timing. Like, they was controlling every aggression, like on outside. So I think it was my bad calls sometimes, because I need to be ready for that aggression, like what they counter. But they was playing really well, so I just want to say they was really good on CT side, and this comeback on CT, it was a little bit unlucky. So I think if we go to the overtime, Nuke will be ours.
Okay, it would be ours, but we noticed that even early in the game, Blade was taking timeouts, and he's really vocal during those. what do you talk about? Like, does he usually point out like your mistakes, or does he usually talk about the enemy's team?
He was saying about our mistakes. He was talking about like they reading us and they understanding what we do. But you know, I think in one moment they was feeling our game pretty well, and we can't show anything for them.
Well, today you won against Astralis, but tomorrow you're going to play against another Danish team. It's going to be Heroic. Do you think it will be even harder now?
I think this match will be even harder because this match for the first place in group, and everyone want to take the first place and go like in quarterfinals. So, and of course, Heroic every time is derby versus Cadian, you know, he's really hungry to win us. So I think it will be the great match.
But it will be easier for you to lead because you'll finally get a nice sleep, right?
You know what to say. I want to take some rest today, and of course, right now I'm feeling this tournament. It was my first match, so tomorrow I think I will do the better job than today. So we will see.
Awesome. Looking forward to see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, you deserve some rest. Boom. Go head off and get it. I'd like to finish off our discussion for this matchup by bouncing off one of the things that Boomic said, and that's that he respects this Astralis lineup and he thinks that they're doing well, and for good reason, right? That was a pretty damn good series for Astralis, even though they lost it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sure, we kind of fell apart there. A couple of these rounds could easily have gone the way of Astralis, right? Apart from, you know, a little bit of some magical moments for Na'Vi. And I feel it's primarily because they seem to have finally settled down in this five-man lineup. Finally, it seems like, you know, they might have said, you know, how Astralis are like, yeah, this is our new five-man lineup. This is our new five-man lineup. But this seems like the actual five-man lineup, if you ask me. Frolic seems to be obviously much more well-rounded, a more aggressive, a more in-your-face opera, which is what they were needing. Config seems to be activated as well. Even BlameF finding slotting his role better. And even in some of the late-round situations, I've seen a complaint I've had when I saw Zipex and BlameF in his late-round scenarios has been how the comms used to seem so discombobulated, and now it seems much more cleaner. So yes, they suffered a loss here today, but I think overall it's good signs here for the Danes.
It's good signs, but Glave's going to look back at this and say, we should have won. We should have
had it.
They were up 8-0. They were up 11-4. This was a game that they had in the palm of their hands, and they could have easily closed out. That clutch, that 2v1, I mean, we already talked about the Boomic clutch. That one, Glaive probably wants to replay it. He actually got a chance to replay it and actually made the right play by sticking in Graveyard against another Na'Vi player. But they definitely are better now. They're definitely better than what they were with Lucky. It's obvious that Farlig has a better he has a better feel for what he needs to accomplish on the T side, to open up the space for the backline players, to run in with Config. And Config was even hyped about the fact that Farlig is a guy that will run in. We've seen Farlig jumping forward with a MAC-10
ahead of Config.
Ahead of Config before, and that's such a great sign because before it was just logjam in the back for not.
Like, you go, like I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
you
it's
go.
like just pushing, like, guys, just go. And Farlig's not scared to go. So I'm liking this Astralis. I don't, man, I think Astralis is getting good again, guys.
Dude,
does that hurt you? Does that hurt you deep down inside, Maui?
They're becoming good again.
Does that pain you?
I don't know if it pains me. I'm unbiased, Blair.
Sure you are.
I have no bias in any direction, ever.
Well, Maui and Blair, before we look ahead to tomorrow and see the matches taking place, I need to remind everybody at home about our meme review. Hashtag EPL meme review. Be sure to get involved using that hashtag on Twitter. We've got Depresso Lattes. That was his winning.
That was a winning meme.
Right?
That was a good one.
Week 2
Winner.
or whatever. So yeah, if you have any memes, be sure to send them in and meme us up. That's what we're here for, especially on hashtag the night shift. You'll get extra points if you use that.
Well, I mean, I hope
you will.
I hope people submit it. They know they get the €50 gift card, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
you actually win stuff.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, we are doing it this week as well. I wasn't sure if we were just reminding you it was going on, but yeah, hashtag EPL meme review. If you are the winning, if you are the winning entry and we select you at the end of the week, then you win a €50 voucher for the ESL shop where there's loads of cool swag. Anyway, guys, yes, let's now look ahead to tomorrow, and we can start that off by bringing Group D up on the screen. So, Heroic and Na'Vi, who are playing each other tomorrow, both 4-0. They're locked for playoffs. They're through. But one of them will be able to go away with the bragging rights of saying they were undefeated here in Group D of ESL Pro League.
And one of them's going to slot themselves into the quarterfinals immediately.
Yes.
That's a huge victory.
And one of them will be the only other team, apart from the Titans, that are Movistar Riders, to go 5-0.
The Titans that are Movistar Riders. Bleh, what universe are we in right now?
I don't know.
We're in...
You tell me.
Viva Movistar.
Viva Movistar.
Right, anyway, so let me give you some details on the rest of the group also. So I'm going to keep it relatively simple as possible. So yeah, Na'Vi and Heroic both locked into playoffs, but they're fighting for first place. We've established that. Now, Astralis and Complexity, they're fighting for third place. So an NA roster might make it through. There are some conditions with regards to that.
Don't have hope. Don't have hope. Don't have hope.
It's quite complex in that sense with all the different scenarios that can affect either team. But yeah, those two are essentially fighting for third place tomorrow. And then we've got EG and Go who are locked out of playoffs, but can both finish as high as fourth.
Just EG, just gain a little bit of dignity and just win that.
Win something.
Just win it. Just
Just
win.
do something.
Just win.
Focus something.
Guys, Heroic, Na'Vi, yeah? Who's going to be undefeated?
Na'Vi, calling it.
Yeah, after what I saw today with that Na'Vi comeback, I can't go against them.
Boomich hasn't even slept for 48 hours.
Yeah, this guy is running on fumes, and he's still taking people down, still making the right rotation, still out-clutching.
Out-calling at times as well.
And guys, Astralis Complexity, I think that's Astralis.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they can lose that one.
I think Astralis as well, but Maui, what do you think as a representative of NA Counter-Strike?
Oh, say, can you see by JT's IGLing what so proudly got Complexity here will carry them to probably a loss. I think Astralis are
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget tomorrow that all best of threes will be played simultaneously at the same time. It'll be us three returning to carry you through everything here on the A stream. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be memorable. It's going to be the end of Group D, and we will see you then.
There's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.